Saturday night at Mohawk Park in Campbellville, Ontario, as we tee up night two of our four-day rotation of harness action. We've got 12 tonight, so a busy Saturday night with some great-looking classes, competitive groups, and a pumped-up wagering menu with the dozen offering all pacing dashes, which tends to be the theme on the Saturday nights. Just inside 40 minutes post time to the first. Right now we start at fast, but that's subject to change once we kind of get going here, and the judges can determine whether or not that track happens to be off at all. It looks, similar to what it was yesterday, and I think we ended up going good with a 1 second variant, if I'm not mistaken. Chad Rosema here in the announcer's booth, back to call the action. As mentioned, we've got a busy night here on the Saturday program. All in all, though, some pretty good-looking weather out there, kind of hovering just below freezing. Hopefully that'll help tighten this track up as, again, went through a little bit more of a thaw here today. Standing by in studio, we've got Elisa Blowback, and Randy Waples has returned to his seat. They've got plenty to discuss on this 12-race program, including the additional Pick 5 offering that we've got for you here tonight. What I've got are program changes, so let's dive into those. Early Pick 5 starts in race number 1. We've got 3 Pick 5s. The first one's guaranteed at $75,000. Some changes here where number 3, Better Things Ahead, will go flip-flops to steel shoes up front, flops to steel up front on the 3. Scratch the 5, Leland Hanover, Vet Sick. Take out number 5, Leland Hanover. And the 8, Freight Days a Week. Hobbles are going to go from 60.5 to 62 inches. 60.5 to 62 inches, the hobble adjustment on the 8. Tonight's second race, scratch number 2, Buzz Lightyear, Judges Transportation. Take out the 2. Early Pick 4 underway in race 3. We're all clear, no changes. Tonight's fourth race to start the Pick 6, number 7, Hey I Can Fly. Hobble's going from 59 to 60 inches. 59 to 60 inches, the hobble adjustment on the 7, Hey I Can Fly in the fourth. Fifth race, number 2, Early Action. Steel to aluminum shoes up front. Steel to aluminum up front. On the 2, number 9, Tricky McWicky. Scratch, Judges Transportation. Take out the 9, Tricky McWicky from race 5. Mid Pick 5 is underway in race 6, where 3, Lunos. Changes the shoes up front from flip-flops to aluminum. Flip-flops to aluminum, shoes up front on the 3 in tonight's 6th race to start that mid Pick 5. This evening's 7th is all clear. Late Pick 5 gets underway in race number 8. No changes in the opening leg. 9th race, feature event, open pace. Start of the late Pick 4, no changes. Race 10, number 1, Pyrenees Hanover. Steel to aluminum all around. Steel to aluminum shoes all around on the 1, Pyrenees Hanover. The 2, Blazing Cruiser is scratched sick. Take out the 2, Blazing Cruiser sick. This evening's 11th race is clear of changes. And 12th and final. There's no changes in the race. The Jackpot High 5 available to play. Carryover has grown to more than $16,000. That's in race number 12. So that's what we've got for early changes. You can catch along and get caught up on those on the ticker or hpibet.com. We'll pass along any additional ones that happen to arise throughout the night. Good luck with your wagers. Thanks for joining us. 35 away from the first of 12 on a Saturday night.
The Woodbine Mohawk Park Racetrack is located within the traditional lands of the Mississaugas of the Credit of the Anishinaabe peoples and the Haudenosaunee, on whose traditional territory we meet. Mohawk, our namesake, is one of the Haudenosaunee nations, Kanyen-Kahaka, meaning the people of the Flint. This territory is covered by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Belt Covenant, an agreement between the Anishinaabe and the Haudenosaunee to peacefully take care of the land and resources around the Great Lakes. Woodbine Entertainment is honored to care for this land, our human and equine athletes, and provide a place to race responsibly that offers a meaningful way of life for thousands of Ontario families. Miigwech, Niawen, Kanaskomitten, merci, thank you.
Campbell is still the best, 19 in a row. Campbell
Down to the wire. Germany Chef wins the Simcoe Stakes.
He's big, he's strong, and he has got it going on. Cup 25, Canada's horse. Sun Beach somewhere.
Yeah, motivated on focus.
There, off and pacing.
This is the moment. Gotta one on my opponent.
McWicked on the outside.
Gotta get it the mindset. Gotta put it in motion.
You gotta be kidding me. TCI wins the million.
Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up.
Lean back, get your picture taken.
Crowning moment on Canadian soil for Bulldog Hanover.
Motivated on focus.
A late push from Confederate. It's my show. Wins the big show.
This is the moment.
It's Saturday night. We have 12 races in store for you this evening from right here at WOMO. It's going to be an exciting night, and I'm going to be here with you as well as, we'll start that again, Hall of Famer Randy Waples, who will join in the mix. We missed Randy yesterday, but he's back in action tonight and here with us for the next 3 days, and then you're off on vacay. But before we talk about that, okay, a couple of things. Number one, I heard Sidney Crosby practiced with Team Canada today. And right now they're saying 70% that he'll be on the ice tomorrow.
Okay.
But I think he plays.
Yeah,
right?
I do too.
He'd have like FOMO, fear of missing out.
Yeah.
He has to put the jersey on and play tomorrow,
I think that, listen, could there be sportsmanship here?
Yeah.
Did you see him walking off when it originally happened? He seemed to be walking okay to me. I got a feeling there that Captain Canada is going to return in a big way and is going to build the team up. I think there's a little gamesmanship going on.
Are you at all worried, though, that the Americans are going to go gunning for him and that knee?
You see, but that's where I think that they maybe worked this all up, because if they had to let him keep playing the way that they were taking shots at him, he'd have never made it to the final anyway. He would have been injured. I mean, he wasn't playing hockey. He was getting mugged every time he didn't even have to come anywhere near the puck in there. You know what I mean? So I think by doing it this way, maybe puts a little bit of false security in the other teams. Hey, Sid's not going to be playing. And then how do you feel when all of a sudden, boom, who's coming out for the gold medal match, fresh as a daisy? Sidney Crosby.
Well, they have the best doctors there, too, to look after them as well. So,
I
just wanted to kind of talk about that first, because that's what all of Canada is talking about for tomorrow.
Crossed.
Yeah, and if you're looking for a bar to go to, they're going to open at 6 a.m. tomorrow morning across the country.
Yeah.
So we're going to be shut down tomorrow. The game starts at 8. Gold for our men's curling team today, so that was fun as well. Our girls ended up winning their bronze medal match, so that was fun too.
And it's funny because through the whole tournament, I thought that the women played better curling than the men. But unfortunately for the women, they ended up, facing, I would say, really, really tough teams and ended up coming up with a good third.
Yeah.
The men's, my understanding is that it basically kind of came right down to the last couple of ends or whatever, and then they had a big end, and that's what got them going.
I'm going to miss the Olympics when it's done. It's always fun, right?
It's fun, but it's hard on my sleep schedule. It is.
And I mean, how many of our hairs turn gray over the girls' hockey games and the men's hockey games?
Like 4 nights ago or something, I think I woke up, it was like 3:30 in the morning, and I'm just, getting ready to roll over and go back to sleep, and all of a sudden it hits me, the Olympics are on.
Right.
So I get up and I go out and I watch the Olympics.
I know. It's always kind of like you just miss it when it's over. But speaking of Olympians, we had an absolute champ racing again last night.
I know where this is going.
Oh my goodness. The Queen was back in her best form, and I am the first.
Nice ticket you got on her.
I got. Look, I had to come back on and apologize to a horse after race number 9 on the program.
And you never even brought her a carrot.
I didn't bring her a lucky carrot. I mean, I just felt horrible when I was driving home last night. I felt even worse today. I have to support so much more, obviously, with that big win, $24.90. I had a lot of messages come through over social media, too, about people saying, yeah, but she didn't have the knee boots. Did you notice that? She did, but they were black.
It was black, yeah. She didn't. Usually she's got white tape and that. I don't even know if it was tape, if she went right to a set of knee boots, but everything was black. Nothing stood out the same.
Stood out.
And I can honestly say, sitting at home, when I seen Jody close the hole on Tyler, I knew she was a winner then, because I knew he'd get her to the front, and whether she had time off, I didn't think anybody was going to bother her.
Yep.
And that's what happened. It turned into a sprint. Guess what? The old girl still got some life left in them legs, because she outsprinted them all.
But honest to God, yesterday, I thought, Randy, she was a great horse to play against, because she hadn't raced since January 17th. And the last couple of races were just not really her. And I wondered how much training she might have missed as well, because they're training in the backyard compared to training at training centers. But she made a fool out of me yesterday. $24.90. That was her 79th career win.
It's incredible. Just an incredible story.
Great story, and great to see that whole team in the winner's circle yesterday as well. And Tyler Borth actually got the pickup win too, because Dougie had booked off his drives last night. So yeah, yesterday an interesting evening with 10 races, but we're back with 12 tonight, which includes 3 different pick fives. So a first one, a mid one, and then a late one. I'm still trying to get over our pick 5 from the other day. That was a lot of fun. But let's get started, because we've got a busy night tonight. So first race where we kick off the first of 3 pick 5s, $75,000 guaranteed pick 5. We'll have a scratch in this race. We'll take the 5-horse Leland Hanover out. That horse is a vet scratch. Gets us down to a field of 8. Flip-flops to steal up front with the 3. Better Things Ahead, who had a really nice career debut on January 24th for Dave Maneri and James McDonald. Now, we don't have James here this weekend. He's competing in Australia.
It's over.
It's over,
It's
because of the
over.
time, right? Like, I'm
No,
all
like I think the
confused.
tournament's done.
The tournament's done.
Tournament's done. Yeah. I think
So-
he ended up finishing 8th.
Okay.
8th. But I
Okay.
mean, they said he had he went a couple on either Saturday or Sunday over
Still,
there.
the
whatever it
experience is cool, right?
Oh yeah, for
Yeah.
sure. I think that he
I hope
enjoyed it.
they stayed for an extra couple of days to enjoy themselves too.
Probably, yeah,
Because
yeah.
I mean that's a long flight, I would think, to Australia. But yeah, Better Things Ahead gets the services of Louis Waugh tonight. And that first start after the win, Randy, was against the nominators of 2 or 30,000. Now tonight we're nominators of 2 or 15,000.
You're right on
Can't
this
fool
now,
me
aren't you?
tonight.
Hey, I'll tell you. I had it all ready and everything, but you're on it already. You're 100% Elisa. So he goes out, Better Things Ahead, and I'm going to play against him tonight simply for this reason. He goes out January the 24th, and I mean, what a win that was in the maiden, but I mean, just absolutely was much, much the best of that bunch. Then normally there's a little bit of, I call it the buffer. There's a non-winners of 15,000 lifetime. It sits between the maiden and then the non-winners of 2. This guy goes past the buffer. They didn't rate the buffer that week. And not only does he go past the buffer, he misses the skinny non-winners of 2. The non-winners of 2 are 15. He heads right into the non-winners of 2 or 30. In my opinion, he jumps up 3 classes in one start. So the line's not going to look as good, but this is a big move down, and we're going to get different shoes tonight too. Dave's going to take the flops off. They're going to go to a set of steel up front. No flip-flops, going to go to the steels up front. Now, I thought he raced good, but I'm playing against him. I thought the 2-horse, Count on Gord, really good effort, multiple moves, but another one that win that maiden. Now he's going to come up into the non-winners of 2. I went Calypso Creek.
Right.
Before we talk about him, where did you go?
Well, I went with the 3 simply because of the move down to
Right.
the 15 class, and then I was really impressed by Count on Gord, so I tossed him in for second, and then I went Calypso Creek.
Yeah, that's probably the way that it is going to end up. Better Things Ahead really should enjoy this class. He's losing the work boots, going to a set of steel shoes up in front. So a lot of things to like him. But Calypso Creek, I've been watching this guy for a while. And I actually had him up on top in one of the snowshoes, or maybe even the final of the snowshoe, and he didn't come up with a good effort. Barry Bird actually filled me in that the horse had been a little bit under the weather. They didn't realize that until they'd raced him there, that he had been a little bit sick. So I kind of followed him. He had 2 weeks off, and now comes up with this effort. J.R. Plant coming first over with this guy, and makes up ground the entire time. Doesn't give it in at all. He is going to get passed by one on the outside. That's going to be Gonsbay is going to get the and then Fire Control as well. But I thought it was a really good effort. 2 weeks off, first over. This is more than what I saw in the eliminations of the snowshoe. So I'm going to try and play against what I think is going to be the big favorite in here, and that's going to be the 3. And if it's not going to be the 3, then I'm guessing it's going to be the 2. Either way, I don't think Calypso Creek is going to go off as the favorite.
Look at that. Jeff had so much fun yesterday that he decided to send picks in for tonight. Talk about FOMO. He doesn't want to fear of missing out. He did tell me he's going to be watching tonight. Hi, Jeff. He said, I don't have really anything to do, so I'll probably be watching. Because I said, you're going to have to pay attention to Saturdays now because Randy's going to be off.
This is
and it's going to be the 2 of us dum-dums for the next 4
Okay, one
weeks.
other quick one before we move on. And the only reason I'm kind of talking about this is because you got a bit of a infatuation for the trainer, I think. Okay, maybe
maybe
30,
not.
maybe 30 years ago.
Oh,
Anyway,
okay.
so let's talk a little bit about Doug
Doug
High
High.
and freight days a week. Okay, so then under the same thing, Elisa, go to January the 3rd. He has a first over effort, finishes sixth, but in the non-winners of 15,000, and below that is that buffer. So then his next two starts after finishing sixth and the non-winners of 2 or 15, he has to play, and the non-winners of 2 or 30. 2 starts in a row, he gets annihilated. Last week, he drops back down into the non-winners of 2 or 15, and what an effort he comes up with. Ends up finishing 4th, but only beaten a length and a half. Daryl Thiessen coming back. Also, the hobbles on freight days a week are going to come out an inch and a half.
Yeah.
So the gate's going to be a little bit longer. There could be a little bit more speed. There's a scratch in here of the 5. A lot of people are going to be paying attention to the 2, the 3, and maybe even the 7 with that. But I think you got to take a real close look at this 8 horse as well. And where you got him?
I put him in for 4th.
Good for
because I
you.
always like to use Mr. High when I see him in the places where, like for example, yesterday he had 3 horses in. Montague Velma, put that one up on top, and
She's
I know
getting
you've
better.
been following that
Yeah,
horse as well.
she's been
She looked
getting
really
better.
good. She got better.
Green.
You know, better
Yeah.
as the race went on. But it was nice to see her in the winner's circle yesterday. Let's go to race number 2, second half of the early double. This race for 5-year-olds and younger nominators of 3 or 52 life. We'll scratch the 2. That's a transportation scratch of Buzz Lightyear, who would have been coming in from the western part of the province. But you know what? I guess the storyline here is, can we get RB's Tenacious T into the winner's circle yet again? This will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This will be 6 in a row if he happens to win here. And I don't really see why he can't, Randy, because he just keeps getting better.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, if he was going to get beat, it was going to be last week, right? He wins the snowshoe final, misses 2 weeks, then comes up into a, what I would consider to be overall a tougher class than the horses that he had been racing against. But just as we seen through the snowshoe, and just as we seen last week, this horse is getting stronger. His confidence is so big right now. He's just like a different horse than when Travis first come out with him. When he first come out with him, he always acted like he had some ability, but it seemed to me like the ability would come one shot on the end of the mile. He can race him however he wants to right now. And look at last week. He comes the last quarter in 26 and change, after the big chop. We got a scratch of the 2 horse in here. I just don't really see anybody that can really take him on right now.
Yep.
If he elects just to float him back to the front again, who's going to beat him? I look at him as a free square in the opening pick 5.
I mean, if this was me and I'm Jody Cullen and I see what we're in against, I mean, here we are printing money again with this horse tonight. I guess he just goes straight to the front and keeps on going.
His lines look really good, and his form is just better than anybody else's in here right now. So, yeah, I say it's his race to lose.
And if he does, it would be an upset.
It would be an upset.
Let's go to race number 3. Third race is where we start the pick 4. We're looking at claimers here, 40 down to $30,000, and we have a field of 8. No changes in this race, so that's the good news. A horse that missed last week is the 4, JJ Xavier. The race for him on February the 7th was a fast mile. He went in 52 and 4 on a night when we were giving a 1-second variant, and I don't think anybody had gone that fast in quite some time, at least from what I can recall. So, he has a heck of a race on February the 7th. They've given him a week to basically recoup, I'm going to say, in the interim. Now he's back here again today with fresh legs. He's got horses like Better Be Going to worry about in this race, who's looking for back-to-back wins. And HF's Pan Shadow, who disappointed on Valentine's Day. He was in the final leg for our mandatory payout of the Jackpot High Five. And I mean, he just... I wasn't so concerned at the beginning when we saw him warming up, Randy, because we know he's a short-strided horse when he warms up, but he just didn't fire at all.
No, he didn't. His first couple of starts, first couple of starts for Carmen were good. Next couple were okay, but not quite as good. I think he's lost a little bit of his shine in his last couple starts. So I threw him in for 3rd. JJ Xavier, Elisa brought his name up. Originally, he was going to be my top pick in here. I don't think there's a horse in this race that's bringing the consistent form that JJ Xavier is bringing right now. But he did miss a week. So, and to me, that means that I'm going to try to play against him. And I'm going to play against him with a horse from the outside, Halmac Victor. I had this guy on top in his last. we're not going to show you the replay because, he was overpowering to me in this bunch. It shows him winning by 3/4 of a length, but you got to understand, this is a horse that doesn't often chop a mile and wins. You know what I mean? He likes to have a helmet to chase, and he was so good in his last start for Billy and Tony Montini that they could race him on the front, and he was still good. I like the fact that they got a race into him on the front. I think he's one of those horses that every once in a while you got to do things different with him to keep that,
Interest
kind of
going.
keep the interest kind of going. You know what I mean? I think that he could get stale if you kept racing him the exact same way. So I'm going to come back to him. This is a really, really tough field of horses. You can go anywhere in here, but I'm going to go with him. Now, the one that scares me the most is this 2-horse, the spider leg one. Better be going. I mean, half the time I don't understand if he's going to run.
I know.
What's going to happen with him.
It's
And
got a
then that
funky way of
last
going.
start, I don't even know how he got through there. You
Yeah.
want to know the truth. You know what I mean? And so obviously there's a big engine in this guy. You know what I mean? And there's a lot of want to win, the great desire. But boy, oh boy, I swear sometimes he's got 6 legs out there. So I threw him in for 4th. I think that this is a small bit of a jump up. I mean, you can originally see that this horse was originally claimed out of an optional 15
Yeah,
over at
Flamborough.
Flamborough, right? Now he's in a 30 to 40. So I'm going to take a wait and see, spider legs or not.
Yeah, it's just kind of hard to dismiss the barn, though.
It
They
is.
are doing very good things.
They
right
are
now.
so.
Let's go to race number 4, 4th race on the card. 5-year-olds and younger non-winners of 1, and we're looking at a field of 9 pacers in this spot. Now, last week we saw these Chikeen horses. Right? Was that last Saturday or last Sunday? But we had a couple of them come
Yeah.
out. I think it was last.
We were working
Sorry, it was
together,
last Saturday.
so it was
Yeah.
either Saturday or Sunday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this horse took a lot of support from the public for that first start of the season. And we were talking about, the fact that the horse had raced just that one time in 2025. There are a number of qualifiers in the mix there. But the first start back, I didn't think we were going to go. I thought the first start back will, get some more air into those lungs. And now you get Trevor back in the bike. He was on vacation last week. Now you get Trevor back, and tonight could be the night that they decide to go. Now, the problem horse for me is the 5, PL Taco. So I went 4-5 in this spot. What'd you do?
5-4.
Yeah, because I know you like PL Taco too.
Yeah, it's a logical kind of a race, right? There's you can go different ways with these ones. The 2-horse Claymore raced really, really good in his last, coming back into the maidens. He's not that far away from coming up with a nice victory. Always Too Hot. That's your top pick in here.
Yeah.
I thought it was a great effort that he put together last week. I thought James did a good job with him. I thought Trevor qualified him well. I think Trevor's picking himself up a really, really live drive. Big thing is that Trevor's already left and been in front with Always Too Hot, so he can kind of go back that way. Now, PL Taco is the way that I'm going to go in here. Now, we got the replay of his last start. Now, just before we talk about that, though, the replay is going to show him, the 5-horse, the 6-horse, the Ready, for John Burt Renault, who only gets beat for 3/4 of a length. Now, but what I want you to look at really, again, my top pick is going to be PL Taco, but I also want you to look at this gray horse that you can see right now. Which race is it?
Oh, you're going to see him in the card later on?
Yeah, maybe it's the one. This is the one later on. So anyway, PL Taco coming from way out of it. This guy, and going to come up with a real good effort. You can see Travis down on the inside. Now James going to come flying with the other horse.
The Chikeen horse.
Yeah, but this guy was right in amongst them too, and I thought that Travis went a little easier on this guy. Now, the other thing that I kind of wanted to talk to you too a little bit about PL Taco as well is go back to the day that he qualified for Todd Ratchford. Now, that day, McClure had a double. He could have went with PL Taco, or he could have went with a horse called Sobble Ambush. He ended up going with Sobel Ambush, but the funny part of it was who ended up winning his first or second start for Otis Hall and Bobby McClure. But the whole time that he's going with Sobel Ambush, you can tell in the qualifier, all he's doing is looking up ahead of himself, watching PL Taco. He's not watching the horse he's driving. He's not watching the horses around him. He's just watching that horse that Todd Ratchford's going with. So I ended up talking to him the one day about it, and he said, this is a really nice horse, this PL Taco. So I know that, you know, it's his first start, but he's got a good post to work with. I think Travis did right by him last week. He's been left with in the qualifier, you know, before last week. I'm just hoping that they get him involved and then see what happens right there. I'm going to take a shot with PL Taco because I think everybody is going to be playing Always Too Hot. And I think a few other ones are going to take. I think PL Taco, if I'm going to get some kind of a price, I think there's a better chance I get it with him than I do with the 4-horse. I think the 4 just looks a little bit more logical than the other. Now, one other quick one too is, like I said, I wanted to show you later on. We're going to show a replay later on tonight there, and I want you to take a real good look at the gray horse that's in this race. His name is Regal Duke. I got it down that this horse was going to win this race that he was in last week, in against Sobel Ambush, in against 10 Carat Garrett, and in against Liquid. This horse wins this race that's in here tonight if you don't make the break. So we're going to see his replay a little bit later, and you tell me if you don't think the same as me, that I think that Regal Duke was a winner before he made the
uncharacteristic break, we'll say?
The uncharacteristic
he's
break.
not so much uncharacteristic. He seems to like
Makes
to
a
do
few
them
of
in
them.
the month of January. Yeah. Let's go to the fifth race. Fifth race on the program. Non-winners of 9,000 in the last 4. Now, we get a horse that I think could be a free square in this race, and that's Poseidon Sealster.
His form is amazing.
Exactly. Coming out of the Open. He's here to go tonight. You get Trevor Henry doing the driving. He doesn't always drive this horse, but he has been with him on numerous occasions. So he gets him tonight for Don Lindsay. Aside from him, Uncle Shank has been kind of a tough luck horse this season. He's had a shoe that's come off with a second place effort. He made a weird break early on in a race on February the 7th, and that kind of got chalked up to the fact that he didn't get a chance to get a really good warm up into him. And then last start out for him, which was in the mandatory payout for the Jackpot High Five, he ends up finishing second to a horse that you really liked in Bold Spirit. So, you know, certainly Uncle Shank has had some tough luck, but he's got it again, more tough luck, because he has to go with Poseidon Sealster tonight, who looks like the horse to win.
Yeah, and he loses James.
And he loses James,
That's
but
not an easy thing to give up. Now, last week he chopped it all out with James and ended up giving it up to Bold Spirit, who sat in the 2-hole. I'm thinking that maybe we're going to see the same thing with Poseidon Sealster. Now I'll ask you something. Is there any horse on this circuit when you're working harness that shows what kind of a race that they're going to have any better than Poseidon Sealster in the post parade?
He's one of them.
About maybe since about January the 3rd, this horse, when he comes on the track,
he looks like $1 million.
Just looks like $1 million.
I know.
Everything about him, he's into it. So now he's going to drop out of the Open into non-winners of 9,000. The last time he was in here, January the 3rd, where he was an easy winner, bet down to 90 cents. With the 8-hole. I think that we're looking at the same thing. So let's take a look at Poseidon Sealster's last race. This is the Open pace, and he's going to end up with a real nice 5th. Had the rail, and you can see right at this point, Bobby got go. Bobby got go, but no place to go with that go. So now he's just stuck where he is, and this is about as much go as what old Poseidon is going to see in here. Never really gets a fair chance at them. Bobby does move him off here, but now you're basically stuck right down on. Now he has to make a little bit more of a lateral move, and he starts to fire him up here, and you're going to see this old guy. Now, this is an Open pace. This isn't non-winners of 6 or 9,000. This is the Open pace, and here he comes right into it. I think that that's Double and Dasher right in beside him, but the horses that did beat him, Salzburg Victor, It's Saturday Night, and Brew Hanover. Now he drops down, and it looks like his toughest competition is either going to be Codename Cigar Box coming back off of a 1 start back, or Uncle Shank from the outside, who just gave it up in his last start. So I think that Poseidon Sealster, I agree with you. I think he's a free square.
Where's Bob?
I don't know.
Yeah.
He lives
I
in
don't know.
Everton.
Well, I just.
You know something? I got a
He had
feeling.
a good night last night.
Yeah, I got a feeling Mr. McClure is on his way soon to Florida.
Oh, okay,
would be
maybe
my
maybe
guess.
that's what's going on because he's not on tonight's program, and he had a great night last night. I mean, he was able to win 3 or 4 races on last night's program, but he's not on tonight's card. So yeah, maybe another free square with Poseidon Sealster in race number 5. Let's go to the 8th race next. 8th race is where we start the late pick 5. So a reminder, we have 3 of those tonight, 3 pick 5s. This race number is 12,000 in the last 4. Now, Bold Spirit is here tonight. This is the horse that Randy loved back on Valentine's Day when he won the last race, which was the mandatory payout for the Jackpot High 5. So he's kind of the hero of that, but he has the outside draw here tonight. You get Jordy N, who comes in off of a second place effort. He was a winner back on the 31st of January. You get Lose World, who's here. He comes out of the Open. He tried the Open last start, but he was a winner back on February the 7th. You get a little bit of driver juggling going on in this race, too. Jameson goes to the 7, Cold Creek Queso. Daryl Thiessen, he goes to the 6 horse, gets Spirit. He'd been driving Rochester Flash, who comes in off a win. So, a little bit of everything going on here in this.
Some jostling. Jostling for position.
Yes.
Where did you go?
Well, I ended up going back to Jordy N. I think he's kind of a neat horse right now, and the last race for him was not that bad at all. So I went back to him. Then I used the 5 Lose World because, again, this Myrna Barn's good. He's coming. They tried the Open. You can't blame him for trying, right? And then I tossed in the 7 Cold Creek Queso because he's also a horse coming out of the Open, and he's very he's had kind of a patchy 2026 because he's missed some races due to weather.
If he's on his game, he's the horse to beat, though. Cold Creek Case. So if he's on his game, I threw him in for second. I went to the 3 horse. Better than spring. What's better than spring?
What is better than spring? And how about what's better than Ron McDonald right now? That barn is really doing good things.
Yes, and then when you're a horse like this, nobody's really talking too much about him. But then you just look into that. What's he bringing in the way of back class, Elisa? Take a check that out.
66 lifetime wins.
And look at the money.
Yeah, almost $1 million.
Almost $1 million. Talk about a horse that quietly made $1 million. I never heard of this guy until he came up here. 12 wins last year for 38. And I thought I have him down as sneaky good on the inside. No, sneaky good on end. So you can see Brett, 1, 2, 3, 4th on the rail. He's just starting to slide him over. He just whiffed the plugs out of him now. But still, not really anywhere to go, this big guy. Look at him there. He's just sitting back there waiting for someplace. Now Brett starts to apply him a little bit here. But again, there's just no place really that he can start this big guy out. Gives him a little tap. Every time he taps him, he moves forward. I thought it was a kind of a nice effort that he threw in there. I liked the February 7th win. Then he comes into the February the 14th. 8-hole, got away okay, mid-pack, but had a choice to make. Do I come first over early or do I sit? He chose to sit. Didn't really work for him in that class. I think he's got a better shot in here today. I think that Jody's going to come out of there with Cold Creek Queso. Maybe Louis comes too with Lou's World, but I think it's going to be just Jody with Cold Creek Queso, and I think that Better Than Spring is going to get a nice 2 or 3 hole ride.
All right.
And that's the route I'm going to go.
Okay, that's how we start the late pick 5. The 9th race is our on-track feature for the night tonight. This is the Open Pace. Now, lately, in either the Open Pace or the Open Trot, we have horses that skip that week, and then we'll see them come back later. In this race, we don't have Brew Hanover this week. We don't have Salzbrook Victor. Poseidon Sealster, well, we're going to see him in race number 5 if we think he's a free square on tonight's program. And we don't have Blue Hunt. So we're down to a field of just 6. And the big guy has a great opportunity to get another victory here, and that's It's Saturday Night. Louis Waugh doing the driving for Dave Maneri. I think he's the horse to beat tonight. I mean, we get Tarasi back. He missed last week, and we get Jabberwocky coming back. He missed last week as well. But this big horse, he's really kind of grown on me.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, for sure. No, that's where I'm going to go to. It's Saturday night, and I'm going to play It's Saturday night. I like the way that he's been racing. His form has been amazingly good. He got beat last week on a first over mission because Salzbrook Victor was just that good. He couldn't get to him. No. The week before, he's a winner in against Brew Hanover. When he races if he gets beat a very, very small margin. And if he wins, and he can do it from anywhere. Very versatile horse. We haven't even seen him on the front end yet. And, one of these times he probably will try it. So I agree with you, Lisa. I think it's Saturday night. This is his night.
It's a sweep. Everybody thinks he's going to get it done in race number 9, and that's how we kick off the late pick 4. The 10th race is winners of 3, not more than 6. Now, in this race, we're going to scratch the 2-horse Blazing Cruiser. That's a 6 scratch. I always like to kind of keep those in mind, just like Randy does. When there's 6 scratches, you kind of go, okay, that's a Vic Putty barn. Should I be worrying about some of these Vic Putty horses when there's one sick, then another one gets sick, and the next thing you know, it goes through the barn. So just pay attention to that just in case. But this 2-horse is out. Steel to aluminum all around on the 1-horse, Pyrenees Hanover. And now we're down to a field of 7. So again, Ethereum Party in off of a win for the Jake Roberts barn. Back on Valentine's Day, he was a winner. He gets Trevor Henry here tonight because McDonald drove him last start out. Blue Bars here for the Cullens. This horse comes in off of a 3rd place effort behind Blazing Cruiser, who, we don't need to worry about because he's not in this spot. So it's because the 2 horses out, we've had to make some changes in our selections because I would assume quite a few had the 2 in their top 4.
Oh, I would think, yeah. He's racing really, really good right now as well. Ethereum Party is the way that I'm going to go in here as well. This is the way you went?
Yep.
Yeah, I just think he's the most logical one. I mean, number one, yeah, you're missing James, but you're getting back a driver that's already had some wins with him, and he's raced really good for Trevor. Trevor knows him, and he's got the middle of the gate, has already won this class in his last start. I think it's his race to win. He had the 9-hole in his last, the 8 before that, the 8 before that. Now he draws the 4, which will soon be the 3. Because of the scratch of the 2. I would look at him as probably a free square.
Yeah. So again, the 10th race on the program tonight, that'll kick off the final pick 3. A reminder, we have 12 races on tonight's card, Randy, so don't go home after the 11th.
No. And there's 3 pick 5s tonight. 3
pick 5s, an early, a mid, and a late. So we're done as far as our handicapping is concerned, even though there's still a couple more races to take a look at. The 11th race and the 12th race is how we're going to wrap things up tonight. That jackpot high 5 is continuing to grow. $16,451 is the carryover money, but we've got to keep on rolling, Randy, because we have just a little bit of time left on the clock to discuss, and we want to bring up our tickets for you tonight. I've got an early pick 5. It's a skinny one. I like to play these skinny tickets and just have a little fun with them. First race, I'll use the 2 and the 3. We've talked about that. The second race, RB Tenacious T, Free Square. Third race, Better Be Going and JJ Xavier. Fourth race, Always Too Hot and PL Taco. And the 6th race, Poseidon Sealster. You can do it for a skinny ticket, I think.
You have all the same numbers as I do,
yeah?
except that I've added some, so mine's a lot bigger, than
what?
yours. Oh yeah.
What are you doing?
Yeah, I went
You're
2
spending
singles.
all our profit.
There you go. I went to 2 singles, the same as you. Race number 2, that's going to be RB's Tenacious, and race number 5, that's going to be Poseidon in there. But I there's just a couple of these races, like these early ones, Count on Gore, Better Things Ahead, and Calypso Creek. I had to add a few on there. And then especially that race number 4, I found this one to be, because you got a lot of horses that raced very, very well in their last start. And again, this Regal Duke, when we see the replay on him, which is going to be, I guess, tomorrow, there's a field of horses that he was in against. But this horse really looked like he was going to win. And it scares me sometimes, the horses that come out of Wilf Perot's barn, because he does a really, really good job.
So there you go, $54 ticket for Randy's early pick 5. What do you got for the late pick 5?
The late pick 5, I think it's $154.
$30.
The late pick 4, not quite as bad.
Late pick
and
5
plus,
starts in the 8th.
Yeah,
remind everybody.
in the late one, and then the mid pick 5, it's I think it's like I went 3 by 3 by 2 by 2 by 3 or
so
by 2.
You've sent in 3 pick 5s. You keener.
3 pick 5s and a pick 6.
Wow.
Hey, huh?
Wow.
I'll tell you, that's
You
not
did your
makeup
homework.
that's not makeup on the end of my nose, my dear.
We have plays of the night to pass along your way as well, and I'm excited to see what you got, Randy. Is it Randy first or me first? I'm never sure. Oh, it'll be the Hall of Famer gets to go first.
The old guy always gets to go first. Okay, so this is going to start off in race number 4, and that is going to be Beat the Favorite, PL Taco. I don't think he's going to go off as favorite in there. All in's going to be Poseidon Sealster in race number 5. Worth a look, better than Spring. You know, you're going to get paid if we can get him through. And the Waples Watch is like a king in race number 11. Kind of a sleepy effort.
Like him.
Yeah, kind of a sleepy effort in his first time that he'd raced here in a month. But he picks up McNair tonight. And sometimes horses love being part of Air McNair.
Let's see what I've got compared to what you got. I think we have some of the same. Yeah, so JJ Xavier, that was a fast mile for him last start out. Always too hot. I think he's ready to go tonight. This McElroy, he there was a little bit of buzz about this horse when he was supposed to race last week, but he ended up being a judge's scratch. So I thought, I'll jump on that with some barn buzz there. And then my drop and pop in race number 12 is the one horse JMR Speakaway, who's taken a drop out of non-winners of 9,000 in the last 4 to face non-winners of 2,600 in the last 4. Even Mr. Bratt sent in selections, so why not show those two? Oh, come on, you chalk-eating weasel. He took Arby's Tenacious T, but as a single for his early pick 5, so that makes total sense. He'll use Wicked Plan. We haven't talked about that one. That was one that Chad brought up on the qualifier report. He's got Lose World in race number 8, and of course he's jumping on the bandwagon with It's Saturday Night, but when he's back here next Saturday to work with me, because Randy's going to be on vacation for a few weeks, I'm going to take him out to meet him. Because he's not going to believe just how big this horse is. And he's a big suck, too. I'm not talking about Jeff. I'm talking about the horse.
All right. Okay.
Yeah, they might be best friends. Drinkin' Buddy is a top selection for Ghislaine Paquette. This has been a nice little horse for this outfit. Blazing Cruiser scratched, of course. And JMR Speakaway at 3-1 is a top selection from Kevin Plaucha. And I agree with him because the horse is taking that drop in class. It looks like a good spot for him to get a win this season. So that's what we've got for you. 12 races in store, including 3 pick 5s. I guess we don't have any more Olympics to watch
3
tonight.
pick 5s and a pick 6. Who else has got? Who else has got 4 little fingers? He's here tonight too. Good luck tonight, Doug.
Alrighty, so we got that to look forward to. 12 races in store, and the first race will get underway momentarily. Good luck with your selections here tonight from Mohawk.
If I cut my hair, hope I grow it long. Got no necktie like the way before. If I wear it straight, will they like me more? Like those girls on front combos. I don't want no struggles, I don't want no fears. I don't want no struggles, I don't want no fears. Now time to raise myself and soul. Time to keep myself and soul.
Down by the seaside! Down by the seaside! Down by the seaside, sharp indeed.
If whiskey could talk, Johnny Walker Black Label will sing with notes of sweet, smooth toffee, rich fruit, and a touch of smoke. Tastes as good as it sounds.
somebody up. I see the horse's harness. What else should I take?
Time to meet the field for race 1. Leading parade, number 1 is Son of a Joe. Bert Renault drives. Julie Walker training for Jamie Doig. 2 is Count on Gore. Doug McNair at the lines. Chris Matthews trains and owns with Desmond Scott, Frank Brundle, and Lyons Brothers Stable. Louis Waugh drives 3, Better Things Ahead. Dave Maneri trains for Better Things Ahead Stable. Number 4, Hello Darkness. Phil Hudon between the wheels. John Boschman trains and co-owns with Pat McHale and Leonard McHale. 5 is out. 6, Hero Hanover. Tyler Borth driving. Kyle Fellows trains for Dr. Paul Johnston and Jeanette McElmoy. Calypso Creek's the 7. J.R. Plant at the controls. Barry Bird trains and owns with Debbie Bird, Brian Davey, and Barry McLennan. There's a look at number 8, Freight Days a Week. Just getting a final alteration. Daryl Thiessen in tow. Doug High trains and owns with Chris Rogers. And Scott Young will drive number 9, Nova Blue, for trainer Gary Murner and owner Gino Toscani. That's your field for race 1 of 12 on a busy Saturday night at Mohawk Park. Good luck with all your wagers. We kick off our early pick 5 in 3 minutes. It's guaranteed at $75,000.
Well, the first race on the program is out warming up, and we've been informed as well, like last night, if you were looking for the winner's circle, we weren't able to use it. So we'll see tonight where we get pictures taken after races are completed. Yesterday, we were taking them right by the door to come in, basically, which I thought would be a little confusing for some horses because they know when they're going to the winner's circle and thinking, like, hey, like for Sophie, basically to Dawn, like, hey, Dawn, like, what am I doing over here? I'm supposed to be over there.
Yeah.
She knows where the winner's circle is. Who's going to find it here in the opener on the program? This 3-horse, I thought, made a really good pre-race appearance.
Yeah, looks really good out there. And going to go from flops to steel up in front. We were talking about this one, you know, wins the maiden, looked good doing it, and then somehow or another ended up right into this tough non-winners of 2. And, you know, it was an okay effort, but I just don't think he was anywhere even close to ready for them, and got bet down pretty good as well. So they're going to take the flops off, go to a set of steals up in front, and come back down into the bottom of the non-winners of 2. The non-winners of 2 are 15,000. He should be a much better fit in here. Public likes him at 2-1. I just happen to like somebody a little bit better. Ooh, that guy's got a little fire to him.
Yeah, Randy and I have a soft spot for the black horses.
Oh, yeah.
We'd have a barn full
Guess what
of
this
them
one's
if we
name
could.
is?
Exactly. They've named him perfectly, too. Hello, Darkness. He is a real good looker. And we have some blood bays in this race, too. This is the 6, Hero Hanover. Now, he was a winner 2 starts ago when getting his maiden out of the way.
The last couple of times that I saw Nicky Boyd drive him, he just seemed like he was a little bit hot. Don't really like that. He seems to be getting, and usually in that breed, you don't get much hotness with the Captain Treacherous, but he seems to me like he's kind of getting a little bit warm. Now, there's my top pick on right now. I thought he raced incredibly well back in the snowshoe, not in the final, but then I found out from his trainer there that he was a little bit under the weather. Nice presentation, ears are up, and looks good out there. It was a first over effort in his last after 2 weeks off. I think he's in a better spot in here tonight.
Doug High's letting the hobbles out on his horse, the 8 Freight Days a Week, going from 60.5 to 62. We saw this barn in the winner's circle last night as well.
Yeah, another horse that got himself up into that real tough non-winners of 2 or 30,000, and now comes back down for the second week into the non-winners of 2 or 15. That first race that he had at this level on February the 14th was a doozy. And like Elisa said, Doug High looking for a little length on the hobbles tonight. an inch and a half, he's going to let this one's out.
Good to have Dougie McNair back. He took the night off last night. He's going to drive this 2-horse Count on Gord. He was a winner against Maidens
I
back
took the
on
night
February
off last
the 7th.
night too. I didn't get a good to have Randy back.
I said it at the
No,
beginning
no,
of
I
the
don't think
show.
so. I don't
Chad,
think it was.
Randy
I don't
needs
think it was.
some to be comforted down here. I guess we'll leave it up to you with the call for the opener. But Chad, aren't you happy that Randy's back?
I'm thrilled. I barely slept last night. Randy Waple's back in the house. Hall of Famer, ready to tee up these 12 dashes that we've got. Thanks for joining us, whether you're on track or tuning in via simulcast. We've got 3 Pick 5 opportunities tonight. The early one that starts right here is guaranteed at $75,000. Good luck if you're playing along. Field of Fate all lined up here. They come to a start. And we're underway on the Saturday night program, and there's Nova Blue from the outside looking for a fast start, along with Hello Darkness to that one's inside, and Count on Gord into the mix as well. From the rail, Son of a Joe into the top 4, outside of that one 5th, Park to the opening turn, Calypso Creek, getting a seat on the pylons, Hero Hanover, in front of Better Things Ahead, early trailer, Freight Days a Week. It's Nova Blue leading the way, but the parked out Count on Gord wants the front and continues to drive on here for McNair, so Count on Gord leads it. Opening quarter, we'll have those fractions for you afterwards. Into the backstretch they go. Count on Gord, the leader 2. Nova Blue's in second, 2 clear of Son of a Joe, who tracks third. That one's a length and a half in front of Hello Darkness 4. So getting well spread out here. Away 5th right now, Calypso Creek found a seat, 2 in front of Hero Hanover. Then 2 more to Better Things Ahead, and Freight Days a Week at the back. Field of 8 single file. Coming to the midway point, McNair and Count on Gord leading just over 2 now. Nova Blue in second, Son of a Joe third, Hello Darkness the 4th one. Calypso Creek still 5th, 2 in front of Hero Hanover. Then Better Things Ahead, starting up from last, Freight Days a Week. Leading the way, Count on Gord at 6-1 in front of a slew of long shots. Nova Blue, Son of a Joe, Calypso Creek, the 3-2 favorites up to 4th on the outside, but about 6 away from the lead of Count on Gord right now as they go by 3 quarters. And Count on Gord is going to swing off of this final turn for the straightaway with a 2-length advantage on Nova Blue, the closest pursuer. Then it's Calypso Creek up to 3rd. Shooting along the inside is Son of a Joe. From the back, trying to rally both Freight Days a Week and Hero Hanover. Count on Gord still leading the way. Nova Blue all out in second. From the back is Freight Days a Week, but Count on Gord's going to be good to go. Count on Gord holds on by just over a length. Freight Days a Week appear to get up for second over Nova Blue 3rd. Again, we'll have the fractions for you after. Count on Gord at 6-1 takes the Saturday opener. Two 897 unofficial. Unofficial winner of race 1 coming back in front of us. Back-to-back to start his 3-year-old years. Number 2, Count on Gourd. 3-year-old bay gunning by Better Than Cheddars out of the Shadow Play Dam Quint stream. Chris Matthews owns and trains. Sharing ownership is Desmond Scott Frank Brundle and Lions Brothers Stable. Doug McNair, the winning driver. 2 for 2 to start the year is Count on Gourd. We'll have fractions for you later on. Could be a lifetime mark. We'll find out. What we do know is that Count on Gourd scores at 6-1. First race official. Here are the payouts. Number 2, Count on Gourd, 1510, 680, and 480. Second, number 8, for 8 days a week, 480, 380. Third, number 9, Nova Blue, 840. $2 exacta, 97.20. Dollar try, 372.40. A $1 super, 964.50. And tonight's early pick 5, just shy of 97,000 wagered, and just under $12,000 of live money is going to go on to leg number 2. Playing along. Fade all lined up here. They come to a start. And we're underway on the Saturday night program, and there's Nova Blue from the outside looking for a fast start, along with Hello Darkness to that one's inside, and Count on Gourd into the mix as well. From the rail, Son of a Joe into the top 4, outside of that one 5th, Park to the opening turn, Calypso Creek, getting a seat on the pylons, Hero Hanover, in front of Better Things Ahead, early trailer for 8 days a week. It's Nova Blue leading the way, but the parked out Count on Gord wants the front and continues to drive on here for McNair, so Count on Gord leads it. Opening quarter, we'll have those fractions for you afterwards. Into the backstretch they go. Count on Gord, the leader, 2. Nova Blues in second, 2 clear of Son of a Joe, who tracks third. That one's a length and a half in front of Hello Darkness, 4. So getting well spread out here. Away fifth right now, Calypso Creek found a seat, 2 in front of Hero Hanover. Then 2 more to Better Things Ahead, and Freight Days a Week at the back. Field of 8, single file. Coming to the midway point, McNair and Count on Gord leading just over 2 now. Nova Blue in second, Son of a Joe third, Hello Darkness the fourth one. Calypso Creek still fifth, 2 in front of Hero Hanover. Then Better Things Ahead, starting up from last, Freight Days a Week. Leading the way, Count on Gord at 6-1 in front of a slew of long shots. Nova Blue, Son of a Joe, Calypso Creek, the 3-2 favorites up to fourth on the outside, but about 6 away from the lead of Count on Gord right now as they go by 3 quarters. And Count on Gord is going to swing off of this final turn for the straightaway with a 2-length advantage on Nova Blue, the closest pursuer. Then it's Calypso Creek up to third. Shooting along the inside is Son of a Joe from the back, trying to rally both Freight Days a Week and Hero Hanover. Count on Gord still leading the way. Nova Blue all out in second. From the back is Freight Days a Week, but Count on Gord's going to be good to go. Count on Gord holds on by just over a length. Freight Days a Week appear to get up for second over Nova Blue third. Again, we'll have the fractions for you after. Count on Gord at 6-1 takes the Saturday opener. Race 1 finish order. Top down is 7-1-8. 6 scratch 5, 4-2, 3 on the bottom. Second race is up next, where we scratch number 2, Buzz Lightyear, Judges Transportation. We've got an additional scratch to pass along in tonight's 10th race, where the 8 Rapasso is a Judges Retention scratch. Take out the 8 Rapasso from tonight's 10th race. And we're still awaiting the fractions and the final time from race number 1. Again, once we get that information, we'll pass that along. Apologize for any convenience for the delay. Post time for race number 2 coming your way in 12 minutes. And here we've got some fractions for you now from race number 1. The quarter reached in 27 and 4, the half in 57. 3 quarters, 126 and 1. And the winning time, a new lifetime best for Count on Gord, was 154 and 3. Second race Pacers on parade. The one is Arthur Edlin with Trevor Henry in the bike. Mackenzie Spence trains for the Cardinal Stable and Jean-Francois LeBlanc. Scratch number 2, 3 Magical Bet, driven by Jody Jameson, is trained by Kyle Fellows for Dr. Peter Johnston and Craig Watkins. The 4, Doc's Ernest in the bike, Damian McClellan. Kayla Hendry training for Dr. Andrew Roberts. Number 5, RB's Tenacious T. Travis Cullen drives and owns with Ron Cullen and Deborah Jo McLeod. Jody Cullen, the trainer. Here's number 6, Trinidad, owned and trained by Richard Leroux, driven by Louis Waugh. Doug McNair pilots the 7, moving on over. Carmen Asiello trains for Dan Serafian. And 8 in the group is the rider, Daryl Thiessen in the bike. Melissa Lamoureux trains and owns with Jeff Boyd and a numbered company, Canada Limited. It's your field for race number 2. The Pacers are up to the gate in just under 3 minutes.
Well, we were thinking that the 5-horse RB's Tenacious T, who's looking for 6 wins in a row, is a free square if you're playing the early pick 5 and any other multi-leg wagers that involve race number 2. And right now, 2 to 5 is the price. But this horse has been on his game.
Yeah, I mean, just in his confidence just keeps growing and growing. You know, the more he wins, the better he likes it. And, you know, he's got himself into a real good spot here, too, with the 5-hole scratch of the 2. You know, means he'll be coming out of the 4-hole, which is exactly what happened last week. And he had no issues. Big thing is if somebody's got to kind of have to go with him or take it to him, because if they give him the same kind of respect that they gave him last week on the front end when he's down the half and 58 and 4, it's game over. You'll never catch him. I'm not sure if they'll be able to catch him in here. He looks good out on the track. And like I said, I look at him as a free square.
Yeah, like I can't even see who would be a menace to him up on the front end in here. Can you?
No,
I mean,
not that way. I mean, one thing I will say, this Magical Bet horse got some ability, you know, on the end of it. But the problem with him, sometimes he makes breaks too. And sometimes, you know, he's out of position. But Jody's picking him up tonight. Not really sure if I'm going to like, I mean, Jody qualified. I'm not really going to sure if I'm going to like Jody on him as good as I was liking McClure on him.
I was kind of thinking the 7 might be a horse to use in your tickets moving on over because very simply he seems to get along well with Doug. Doug didn't drive him last start, but he's back to drive him tonight.
Yeah, in the last start he had the 10 hole. They just took him to the back. Didn't really do much with him. He come 26-4 on the end of it. And now with the scratch of the 2, he's going to be coming out of the 6 hole. Looks good out on the track. Dougie already been in the winner circle tonight, so why not do it twice?
And I understand, just speaking about that tonight we saw we're going to use the actual winner circle, which is great, but that we have a big group upstairs enjoying dining on track. So welcome to everybody who's joining us here tonight to watch the races. You've got a really great night for racing and some good horses that are going to be competing.
Yeah, for sure. I hope you have a great night. No doubt about that. And that's the beauty of us. We give you horses to watch.
And we got one here, 1 to 5, the price on Arby's Tenacious T, who's looking to keep that winning streak alive. If he happens to win here tonight, it'll be 6 in a row for Team Cullen.
Betting public certainly thinks he can do it. No reason not to think he can't for how good he's been lately. 1 to 5 on the board. Next closest to him is the 3 Magical Bet at now 9 to 2, and then 9 to 1 on 7. Moving on over, we've got a group of 7 to wrap up our early double. Lining up behind the gate. We're now at the top of the stretch. It's post time. Horses and drivers to race 2. In the hands of the starter, here they come. And away they go. They're off in pacing. Trinidad looking for a fast start. Sprints ahead along with RB's Tenacious T, and from the rail Arthur Idlam. That's your first 3. Then Magical Bet's going to follow the rail horse away 4th. Tucking for a seat in 5th now, Doc's Ernest. Next to last, McNairith moving on over. An early trailer, the Rider. So single file, field of 7, head to the opening bend with Trinidad on top for now. RB's Tenacious T, the 1 to 5 big favorite, is in the pocket. 27-2 opening quarter, speed Arthur Idlam 3rd. Magical Bet 4th. Doc's Ernest 5th, 2 in front of moving on over, and the Riders at the back. And there's the expected move out of the deuce for RB's Tenacious T to come around Trinidad and lead them up to 3/8 now. So RB's Tenacious T controlling the pace. Trinidad in 2nd, Arthur Idlam still 3rd. Magical Bet the 4th one. Doc's Ernest continues 5th in front of moving on over, and the Rider single file as they come to the half, and RB's Tenacious T on top just over length. Reaches the midway point in 57 flat. RB's Tenacious T heads into this turn now in control of the pace with Trinidad 2nd, Arthur Idlam the 3rd one, Magical Bet 4th, and then Doc's Ernest from the back. Moving from the back is the Rider, and inside move by moving on over. Out of 4th is Magical Bet, just in front of the Rider, so Thiessen's going to pump the brakes there slightly, and now 3 wide, but out to a 2-length lead is RB's Tenacious T to 3/4 in 1:26-2. And for the straightaway, RB's Tenacious T on top by 3. Trinidad in 2nd, Magical Bet on the outside, locked up in behind horses, moving on over's got pace, nowhere to go. Arthur Idlam along the inside, the Rider starts to flatten out. RB's Tenacious T still with a couple lengths to spare, and RB's Tenacious T will make it a cool half dozen in a row. He'll win by 2.5. Second best, Trinidad inside. 3rd, Arthur Idlam. Magical Bet 4th, 1:52-3 for RB's Tenacious T. 5-6-1-3 unofficial. Second race winner back in front of us. Number 5, Harvey's Tenacious T notches another. The 4-year-old bay horse by Freaky Feet Pete is out of the third straight dam Aunt Marlene. Ron and Travis Cullen, along with Deborah Jill McLeod, are the owners. Jody Cullen trains, Travis Cullen the winning driver. RB's Tenacious T with his 6th in a row. He's now 6 for 7 this year. 11th career score, 152 and 3. Sprinting hard on the end of it to deliver as the 1-5 overwhelming choice. Five, 6, 1, and 3 now official. Winner number 5, RB's Tenacious T, returning 250, 210, 210. Second, number 6, Trinidad, 350, 220. Third, number 1, Arthur Idlam, 460. $2 exact, a $5.80 try, 1640. The $1 super paid 46.05. $2 early double, 25.60. 8,600 plus, still going strong in that early pick 5 as we head to the next leg, race 3. Drivers to race 2. Hands in the starter, here they come. And away they go. They're off in pacing. Trinidad looking for a fast start. Sprints ahead along with RB's Tenacious T, and from the rail, Arthur Idlam. That's your first 3. Then Magical Bet's going to follow the rail horse away 4th. Tucking for a seat in 5th now, Doc's Ernest. Next to last, McNairith moving on over. An early trailer, the rider. So single file, field of 7, head to the opening bend with Trinidad on top for now. RB's Tenacious T, the 1-5 big favorite, is in the pocket. 27-2 opening quarter speed. Arthur Idlam third. Magical Bet fourth. Doc's Ernest fifth, 2 in front of moving on over, and the riders at the back. And there's the expected move out of the deuce for RB's Tenacious T to come around Trinidad and lead them up to 3/8 now. So RB's Tenacious T controlling the pace. Trinidad in second. Arthur Idlam still third. Magical Bet the fourth one. Doc's Ernest continues fifth in front of moving on over, and the rider single file as they come to the half, and RB's Tenacious T on top just over length. Reaches the midway point in 57 flat. RB's Tenacious T heads into this turn now in control of the pace with Trinidad second. Arthur Idlam the third one. Magical Bet fourth. And then Doc's Ernest from the back. Moving from the back is the rider. And inside move by moving on over. Out of fourth is Magical Bet just in front of the rider. So Thiessen's going to pump the brakes there slightly. And now 3 wide. But out to a 2-length lead is RB's Tenacious T to 3/4 in 1:26.2. And for the straightaway, RB's Tenacious T on top by 3. Trinidad in second. Magical Bet on the outside. Locked up in behind horses. Moving on over's got pace. Nowhere to go. Arthur Idlam along the inside. The rider starts to flatten out. RB's Tenacious T still with a couple lengths to spare. And RB's Tenacious T will make it a cool half dozen in a row. He'll win by 2.5. Second best, Trinidad inside. Third, Arthur Idlam. Magical Bet fourth. 1:52.3 for RB's Tenacious T. Here's how they all finished in race 2. Top down is 3 scratch 4, 6, 1, 2, 5, 7 on the bottom. We move on to race 3 next to start the early pick 4. There's no changes in the opening leg. Post time is in 18 minutes.
Download the Bet365 app, the only sports book available to bet on today's races, and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365.
When I think New Holland, first word that would come to my mind, I would think success. I think without it, for me, the success isn't there.
Whenever you deal with somebody so long and they take care of you, you remember that.
New Holland builds products that will continue to evolve and make the farmer more efficient, that can produce food for the world.
Winbank Farm of Canada is home to 9 outstanding stallions, including Metro-based champion Captain's Quarters, who's new in 2026. Beach Glass, winner of the Meadowlands Pace and the last great son of Some Beach Somewhere, his first yearling crop sells in 2026. Lawless Shadow, an O'Brien Award winner and Meadowlands Pace champion, whose first crop sells in 2026. The Great McWicked, the richest pacing stallion in harness racing history, and 2-time O'Brien Award winner Tattoo Artist, a winner on every size track with many stakes and track records. Also standing Better Than Cheddar, Betting Line, My MVP, and Trixton. For more information, it's winbackfarm.com.
me a hot pink Cosmopolitan and some drama.
Give me a Kettle One soda with a twist.
Give me a party, an espresso martini, and a room full of strangers.
Give me a cocktail with Kettle One vodka.
Well, we would have come up sooner to talk to you earlier, but Randy was being a chatty Cathy outside, and I was busy getting kisses in the studio as well from people that Randy sends in.
I can be in two places at once. I'm out there playing Chatty Cathy and kissing you in the studio.
Yeah. Well, let's not start that rumor, Andy. Oh, boy.
Okay, so I'm still live in my
Me
pick
too.
5. You're still live in your very skinny
True.
pick 5.
Yeah. What was yours? A $50?
$54.
And I think mine was 8 or
Yeah.
10. It wasn't very
you
much.
went 2 deep in the first and then singled. And I
now
went 3 deep and then singled.
Who's your 3 in here?
248.
And I got 2-4. So
Okay.
I'm feeling pretty good about it. All right, let's discuss this. JJ
Okay.
Xavier missed last week. Had a huge mile February the 7th on a night when horses weren't necessarily going fast. He went in 52-4 with a 1-second variant, and it was minus 17 to boot. So likely needed that week off, I'm guessing.
I would have to
Yeah.
think probably. Yeah, he's been going pretty straight, right? He raced, 1, 2, 3, 4 times in January. So he's pretty well got it covered. And then February the 7th, he's back at it. They had to give him a little bit of time at some point. He was originally going to be my top pick in here, but I'm going to go back to Hal Mac Victor. I like the fact that he's so good right now that he won on the front end. And I also like the fact that they raced him on the front end and he won. He's going to be full of confidence. I like when they tire a horse out and then come back and try to trip him the way that they normally race. I think that they're extra good. So Hal Mac Victor and on to JJ Xavier is the way that I went.
Okay, I just wanted to touch on HF Pan Shadow as well because he really disappointed in the race last week. That was the mandatory Jackpot High 5 race, and he ended up finishing 11th, and he took so much support in that race. I want to see him out on the track tonight because, you know, the race on February the 7th, he's a little bit short-strided. You'll see that when he goes out onto the track to warm up. Then February the 14th, I even said to you, Randy, does he look about the same or what? And we were like, well, it's about the same. Now, he didn't race well last week. Let's see what he looks like when he comes out for post-parade tonight.
Yeah, I mean, he does kind of have a unique way of pacing. He's kind of like he's pacing in a bushel basket.
Yeah.
Tell you the truth, you'd swear he wore about a 52-inch hobble.
Very short-strided,
But then when
yeah.
he gets racing, he looks
It's
like he's
totally
about a
different.
59-inch hobble. He's making up lots of ground and that. He was parked every step of the mile. They tried him in that optional 50. He's racing so good in this class, this 30 to 40, that I think that they were getting a little nervous that they might lose him.
Yeah.
So they try him 1 week up in the optional 50. He obviously, you know, it was the pop-up as well, but he obviously just did not really like that class. And I could see that. I mean, he again, he looks really good in for 30, but last week he's in against Bold Spirit and Uncle Shank, and why wouldn't you? You're never going to see those horses in for 30 for quite a while. So I think he was maybe reaching a little bit too much last week. Now he comes back. I'm going to use him in for third.
Okay, so Ghislaine's passed along a pick 4 for you here. He'll use the 4, the 5, who we haven't talked about, and the 7. Now, the 5 is Sometime Somewhere, who goes out from the Brett Lester barn. Now, he comes out of the optional 50 back last week, and he's going to be here tonight with his regular driver, J.R. Plante. Race number 4, he'll go 4, 5, 6. We agree. Those are the same horses both you and I have in our top 4 selections there. He's got a key in race number 5. It's the Free Square of Poseidon Sealster. And then in the 6th race, he's got the 6 Liquid, who last started out, took a lot of money and ended up finishing in 3rd. He's got the 8 McElroy. This is the Paul Court horse that there was some buzz about. And he's got the Chikeen horse, My Leading Man, who had that broken equipment last start out, and that was a Murphy that broke on him.
Yeah, you know, that last leg there, I mean, they're all my numbers, and plus in for 3rd, I got Corona Sealster in there as well.
Me too.
I think Corona Sealster can come up with a very major effort in here, but the problem is I'm starting to think he doesn't like to win.
You know what I wrote down beside him, and it's a thoroughbred term, but I wrote hanger beside him.
Mine on that is hung.
Yeah.
Same thing.
You know, he
We're
just
both
doesn't
on
want
the
to go
same
past
page.
that last
For
horse.
whatever reason, he just does not seem to want to go by and get his picture taken.
He's happy to finish 2nd.
And he's a moneymaker.
Yeah, like last year, he had more seconds. He didn't have a win.
Yeah.
As a 2-year-old, he had 4 seconds, though. He's an interesting horse to toss into the mix as well. So race number 4, again, we'll kick off the pick 6. We're still on the 3rd race. What am I doing? Race number 3 will kick off the early pick 4, and then race number 4 will kick off the pick 6. We have a pick 6 ticket to pass along your way from Randy Waples, but we'll talk about that as we get closer to race number 4. And we're gonna come back up on the microphones after Horses Parade for race number 3, because you're gonna notice a few horses that we want to just touch on when we see them warm up. Better Be Going is one of them. That's the 2. And HF's Pan Shadow. I gave you some bad advice last week. I said don't worry about him when he's short-strided. He's still, you know, once once he gets racing, he gets moving, and it's all good. It didn't really pan out last week. So we'll see how they look on the track after post-parade.
Number 1, Pipe Wrench Charlie leading parade for race 3. Travis Cullen drives and owns with Ron Cullen. Jody Cullen, the trainer. Number 2, Better Be Going. Jody Jameson at the controls. Paul Court trains for owners Jesse Dragojevic and Scott Emmon. Number 3, Major Fernco. Vic Putty for Limco Incorporated. Tyler Borth in the bike. Louis Waugh drives 4, JJ Xavier. Kyle Fellows training for John McMillan. 5 is Sometime, Somewhere. J.R. Plon aboard. Brett Lester trains for Abianco Holdings Limited. 6 is Century Inspector, driven by Doug McNair. Carmen Asiello trains for Dan Serafian. Carmen Asiello trains number 70, Jeff Shadow for Dan Serafian. Travis Henry, the driver. And number 8, Haumac Victor, driven by Billy Davis, is sent out by Tony Montini for Albina Montini, Kwang Sum Lo, Bill Rogers, and Christine Michele. It's your field for the third race. We start our early pick 4 in 3 minutes.
Well, Cullens are off to a good start in 2026. They got Pipe Wrench Charlie in this race, currently at odds of 15-1. But we want to take a look at the 2, Better Be Going, and just see how he is warming up. You can see he's quite a sizable horse, and he's got a funky style.
Funky style.
I don't even know how to say it.
Me neither.
Yeah.
Me neither. Like
You're going to see it when he races.
Spider legs. It seems like instead of having the 4, he's got about 7 at some points, and then all of a sudden he'll be perfectly fine. Then all of a sudden, here come the spider legs. But what he does have, he's got a big V12 stashed away in that body. And what he also has, too, is he's got charisma. He likes to win races, this guy. You know, that one thing you got going for him. He wants to be a good horse, but boy, oh boy, I'm not going to put his gait anywhere close to Bobby
You know
Orr's.
what I think? You know what we can call it? He's
What?
got a case of the Jimmy legs.
He's got the, yes, he does have Jimmy legs. There's no doubt about that. He does have the Jimmy legs.
Let's see the 4 horse next, JJ Xavier. So he missed a week. He's back here tonight. Huge mile for him back on February the 7th. He is the current favorite right now at 2-1, looking for back-to-back jacks.
His form right now is just so dead on, right good. But he is going to miss a week. I don't really think it's going to be a huge difference coming out of the Fellows barn, but it was enough that I did originally put this guy on top, and then I switched. I went to Haumac Victor from the outside at 9-1 and put this guy in for second.
All right, so that's the 4. The 5 is Sometime Somewhere. This is the Brett Lester trainee. He's got some nice action out there warming up. 6 is Century Inspector for Ausiello, but
Didn't really like him.
No, not me neither. He just not
Yeah.
100%. Looks a little better now. But I want to show you the 7 because, again, you know, you saw him in post-parade.
He looks
and
better.
now he looks better.
Yeah,
so
he
this
looks
is
good.
better to me, too.
Yeah, I think that's like I haven't. The only one that I could say that really didn't give me a real good vibe was the 6 horse.
I would agree.
That was about the only one. The 8 horse there, he looks good out there now too. Just a big thing is how are they going to race him this week?
Yeah, exactly. Well, here we go. Race number 3 to kick off the pick 4 comes up for you next.
Field for race 3, taking up their positions behind the gates. Early pick 4 time here at Mohawk Park. 2-1 on the 4, JJ Xavier. Looking for back-to-back wins, as are a couple others in here. 5-2 on the 7, Jeff Shadow. 7-2, center of the gate on Sometime Somewhere. And Better Be Going off that upset win here on Monday. He's at 5-1. It's post time for race number 3. And there they go. They're off and pacing. And leaving sharply is Century Inspector for McNair. He drives forward to take the early command with Halmack Victor sprinting on the outside to join him. And looks like he might now tuck and allow Century Inspector, got bet down as the 2-1 choice to ride the pocket. So Century Inspector leads it. Halmack Victor in the deuce. Pipe Wrench Charlie away third. Sometime somewhere got a seat fourth. In front of Better Be Going fifth. And then it's Major Fernco being tracked by JJ Xavier, early trailer HF Pan Shadow. So everybody's got a seat. Into the backstretch they go. Leading the way, Century Inspector, 26-4, first panel. Halmack Victor in the pocket. Pipe Wrench Charlie at big odds third. Sometime, somewhere, tracks fourth. Better Be Going still fifth. In front of Major Fernco. Then JJ Xavier being brought to the outside from the back. Following him, HF Pan Shadow. McNair and Century Inspector, however, will get them to the midway point at 55-4. Speed's legit. Century Inspector heading into this turn to 5/8, leading a length on Halmack Victor. Sometime somewhere popped at a fourth. He's first up, now third. Second over cover being worked out by Jameson with Better Be Going. To the inside, now fifth. Pipe Wrench Charlie. Third over from the back is JJ Xavier. Shuffled next to last inside Major Fernco. And still trailing HF Pan Shadow. 4 in, 4 out to 3/4. Century Inspector, the leader a length. 124-4 to the final panel, and they turn for home, and Century Inspector trying to wire his foes. Sometime somewhere on the outside, in the pocket locked up Halmack Victor. Better Be Going off cover, trying to close, and off that one's cover, starting to roll is JJ Xavier. McNair goes to work on Century Inspector. Plant trying to get sometime somewhere there. He's closing. Century Inspector needs the line sometime somewhere. Century Inspector holds on. Century Inspector over sometime somewhere, and JJ Xavier at 152 flat. Six, 5, 4, 2 unofficial. Back in front of us, third race winner number 6, Century Inspector, in wire-to-wire fashion. The 7-year-old bay gunning by He's Watchings out of the Sun Beach somewhere, Dan Mary Bits. Century Inspector is owned by Dan Serafian, trained by Carmen Osiello, and Doug McNair with his second win of the night. First of the year for Century Inspector in 6 opportunities, 15th career score, 152 at 2-1. Century Inspector takes race 3. Third race payouts. Winner number 6, Century Inspector, $6, 340, 280. Second number 5, Sometime Somewhere, 510, 320. Third was the 4, JJ Xavier, 270, $2 exact to 2180, $1 try, 34.20. $1 super, returning 105.05. $2 double, 720. $1 pick 3, 38.55. Early pick 4 pool, more than 42,000 wagered, more than 11,000 in live money moves on. And the pick 5, still more than 1,800 in live money with 2 legs to go. And there they go. They're off and pacing. And leaving sharply is Century Inspector for McNair. He drives forward to take the early command with Halmac Victor sprinting on the outside to join him. And looks like he might now tuck and allow Century Inspector, who got bet down as the 2-1 choice, to ride the pocket. So Century Inspector leads it. Halmac Victor in the deuce. Pipe Wrench Charlie away third. Sometime Somewhere got a seat fourth. In front of Better Be Going fifth. And then it's Major Fernco being tracked by JJ Xavier, early trailer HF Pan Shadow. So everybody's got a seat. Into the backstretch they go. Leading the way, Century Inspector, 26-4, first panel. Halmac Victor in the pocket. Pipe Wrench Charlie at big odds, third. Sometime Somewhere tracks fourth. Better Be Going still fifth. In front of Major Fernco. Then JJ Xavier being brought to the outside from the back. Following him, HF Pan Shadow. McNair and Century Inspector, however, will get them to the midway point in 55-4. Speed's legit. Century Inspector heading into this turn to 5/8, leading a length on Halmac Victor. Sometime Somewhere popped at a fourth. He's first up, now third. Second over cover being worked out by Jameson with Better Be Going. To the inside, now fifth, Pipe Wrench Charlie. Third over from the back is JJ Xavier. Shuffled next to last inside Major Fernco. And still trailing HF Pan Shadow. 4 in, 4 out to 3/4. Century Inspector the leader a length. 124-4, the final panel, and they turn for home, and Century Inspector trying to wire his foes. Sometime Somewhere on the outside, in the pocket locked up Halmac Victor. Better Be Going off cover, trying to close, and off that one's cover, starting to roll is JJ Xavier. McNair goes to work on Century Inspector. Plant trying to get Sometime Somewhere there. He's closing. Century Inspector needs the line. Sometime Somewhere. Century Inspector holds on. Century Inspector over Sometime Somewhere, and JJ Xavier at 152 flat. Third race rundown is 8-4-6, 3-2-1, 7, 5 on the bottom. Fourth race kickoff to tonight's pick 6 next. Number 7, Hey I Can Fly. Hobbles are going to go from 59 to 60 inches. Post time in 13 minutes.
Moving on to race number 4 on the program. Fourth race is where we kick off the pick 6 for the night tonight. A reminder, we have 12 races in store for you this evening, so you've got a lot of races to handicap. Fourth race, 5-year-olds and younger, non-winners of 1, and we're looking at a field of 9. The favorite right now is the 5, PL Taco. PL Taco is an interesting horse. You showed us the replay from him back last week, Randy. Ended up closing up some ground to finish in the 6th place spot. Was only beaten 2 1/4 lengths for the win, and is back here tonight with Travis Cullen yet again.
Paced a back half in 55 and change, you know, so really made up a lot of ground, has a much better opportunity this week. Last week he did have the 6 hole, but, you know, he hadn't done anything since that one qualifier on January the 16th, and here it was February the 14th, almost a whole month later. So I understand why Travis raced him the way that he did. I would have done the exact same thing. But he had big wheels on the end of it. Now, a lot of people are going to be paying more attention to the horse that James McDonald raced in that race of Chiquin's. He had big wheels too. But I think PL Taco had a little bit more wheel on the end of it. Always Too Hot is the Chiquin horse. And like I said, he finished 5th, only beaten 2. This guy 6th, beaten 2 1/4, and had to come from way further out of it than Always Too Hot. I think Always Too Hot's going to be taking a lot of support. The 4 horse? No?
Not the case. Right now he's the 4th choice.
The 5 is taking the
5
support.
gets the money, and
I'm
the 6
surprised.
gets the money as well. The Ready. This is the Julie Walker horse. This horse had a good race too back last week at a big price, and not so much tonight. He was 15 to 1 last week. He's 2 to 1 right now.
Yeah, raced real good last week, you know, first over effort, and first over the week before too with James McDonald when he was a big favorite there. Look at the difference, hey, Lisa, the difference of what the money that James brings in.
Yeah.
James drives, he's bet down as the favorite, $1
Tonight.
favorite. The very next start, 7 days later, same class, more or less the same post position. Burt Renault, 15 to 1.
Yeah, but you know, same thing here. Like this 4 horse isn't getting a ton of support right now. He's 9 to 1, and Trevor Henry is really the regular driver of this horse. He was away last week on vacation when he had his first start back of 2026. He raced only once as a 2-year-old, and Trevor was in the bike for one of those qualifiers and a race, unfortunately, that didn't really go as planned back at the end of June. But here's a look at the pick 6 that Randy's put together. So he'll use the 2, 3, 4, 5, and 8. Talk about the 8 horse. You said this one's kind of sneaky good.
This guy, I swear he was going to win this race. And in against, say, Sauble Ambush, 10 Carat, Garrett, Liquid, they were all there on the end of it. This guy come off the top turn, and I'm telling you, he was loaded with pace. Ryan Guy driving him, and he just, for whatever reason, he moved him back down to the inside. There looked like there was going to be a clear path there, and he just took off on the run. I think it was because he had too much go at that point. So I'm not going to use him in my numbers, but boy, oh boy, if somebody said to me, come up with one long shot that you think is going to pay big, 13 to 1 right now on Regal Duke. I think that this guy, if you get a chance to look at that replay last week, take a look at it, because I swear this horse was a winner.
Well, you are using him in your pick 6, so that's good.
Yeah.
We got a key, obviously, Poseidon Sealster in the 5th. The 6th race, you'll go 8, 9. So McElroy and the 9, My Leading Man, another Chiquin horse, so they could have a good night at the office. 7th race, you've got a key with Lincoln Lamoose.
Yeah, first start Lasix again, coming out of the Paul Court. Another one of those horses that qualified really, really well and then had to be scratched.
Better Than Spring is your top selection. Another key in race number 8. Now, this is another one that's sneaky good. He's closing in on $1 million in career earnings.
Yeah, 66 wins, mark of 49. I thought he was really sneaky good in his last. He was a winner on our circuit, non-winners the 9,000. The race before where he beat Early Action and Bold Spirit. I just think he's a horse that's in good form right now.
And you're using everybody except the 1 in the open pace. So 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, just in case a long shot gets in there.
Yeah, originally, I think I was more going to go 3, 4, 5, and 6. Jabberwocky hasn't raced in a week. Sometimes when he's up in the open, he's not at his best, but there are times that he does come up into the open and he is at his best. So I threw him in there. Sometimes Rick can be a little sneaky.
Sneaky seems to be the word of the night tonight. We've used it on a few occasions. Let's see these horses as they head out for race number 4.
Introducing the field for race 4. Number 1 is Tonino. Todd Ratchford does the driving. Mike Wade trains and owns with Anne-Marie Colville. Number 2, Claymore, driven by Tyler Borth, is trained by Mary Lee Quinn for Robert Quinn. Billy Davis driving 3, Wicked Plan. Tim Myers trains for David Omaccioli. Here's the 4, Always Too Hot. Kathy Jaquin owns and trains. Trevor Henry in the bike. Number 5, PL Tacos, driven by Travis Cullen. Katie Huskinson trains for the Princely Acres. 6 is the Ready. Burt Renault in the Sulky. Julie Walker training for Overseas Farms Limited. Phil Hudon will drive number 7, Hey I Can Fly, for owner-trainer Doug High. 8 is Regal Duke. Ryan Guy driving. Wilfred Perot trains for Grant and Joanne Kurnow. And number 9, Bar Down Brisbee, driven by Daryl Thiessen, is owned and trained by Russ Ellis. That's your field for the 4th race. Pacers kick off tonight's Pick 6 wager in just under 3 minutes.
Horses on the track for race number 4. This race is looking to see if we can crown a horse with their very first lifetime victory. A couple of these horses in this race have won before. Claymore has been a winner. He's the 2 horse in this spot. The Ready has been a one-time winner. He's the 6 in here, and the same with the 8 Regal Duke. But everybody else is looking to get the maiden out of the way.
Yeah, interesting little field though for a maiden. I'll tell you, like you'd almost think that this was like summertime. It's so tough. Usually this time of the year you might see 1, maybe 2 deepies, but this race here, it's loaded. I mean, there's a lot of horses that you could like in this one.
So 7 to 5 is the price on the 5 PL Taco, but this Regal Duke is the interesting horse. The more we talk about it, just because of that break that he made last week and what the barn was expecting from him.
Yeah, I just actually quickly talked to Ryan Guy on his way out, and I just asked him. I said, just out of curiosity, was that horse as live as he looked? And he said he was really live. He said he was loaded, and he said that's kind of the reason why he ended up making the break, was that he just tried to get into top gear in one step. So, Regal Duke right now at 14 to 1. I'm telling you, if you get a chance to look at that replay, you might want to take a look at it. But the rest of it looks kind of formful. I can honestly say, though, I did not expect PL Taco to go off as the favorite.
Yeah, but I'm liking the 7 to 2 on this 4 horse. Doesn't he look nice warming up out
looks
there too?
Real good. And yeah. Then there's PL Taco right now too. Up on the gate as well. So one thing about Taco, if you look down on him, that first qualifier that Todd Ratchford sat behind him there or whatever, he did have leaving ability, and he did show leaving ability as a 2-year-old from the 6 hole here too. So I don't necessarily think that Travis has to take him right back.
Yeah, the Ready looks like he's ready to roll in this race too, under a full head of steam as we get set to go behind the gate for race number 4 to kick off the Pick 6. Good luck.
It's lining up for the 4th race. Field of 9 here to kick off that Pick 6 wager. Still a little bit of time for you to punch those tickets. Almost 7,500 in that pool right now. 7 to 5 on number 5 PL Taco. Making his 2nd career start here tonight. Decent enough showing in the debut, showing some life on the end of it. A couple of 7 or 2 shots to that one's inside and outside. It's post time race number 4. Horses and drivers lined up are at the top of the stretch. Here they come. Away they go. They're often pacing and looking for a quick start. In the center is PL Taco. PL Taco showing some hustle tonight along with the Ready. Hey I Can Fly. Hudon is going to urge that one to go after the front of the opening turn, and Hey I Can Fly obliges and takes over the lead at 27 to 1. The Ready's in the 2 hole. PL Taco away 3rd. Getting a seat now 4th, Always Too Hot, in front of Wicked Plan, who's 5th, 2 in front of Claymore. Then we're back to Tonino, Bar Down Brisbee, and Regal Duke made another miscue, and he trails. 27 flat opening quarter speed, put up by long shot, Hey I Can Fly. Burt Renault's not going to sit behind him longer with the Ready, and here comes the Ready to loop around the long shot leader. PL Taco now tightening up in 3rd, Always Too Hot, 2 more lengths away, 4th. 5th one is Wicked Plan. Tracked 6 by Claymore. In 7th, it's Tonino. 8th one is Bar Down Brisbee. And much further back to the trailer 9th, Regal Duke. 56 and 3, the half-mile speed after the 27 flat opening quarter in the ready, leading the way now, a length and a half on Hey I Can Fly. PL Taco is first up. Second over cover being worked out here by Henry with Always Too Hot and Wicked Plan. Now following the outer flow as well from 5th. To the inside is Claymore, starting up from the back, Bar Down Brisbee, and then Tonino. 3/4, the next stop here, ready inside. PL Taco outside. They match strides to the third panel in 1:26 and 2. And for the Mohawk Park, straight away they go. It's the ready with a short lead inside. PL Taco trying to get past. In behind them is Always Too Hot. In the center of the track, Bar Down Brisbee up the inside. Hey I Can Fly. The ready is putting away PL Taco, the 4-5 favorite, and the ready tears away to win by 4. It's the ready and Burt Renault to score in race number 4. PL Taco was second, Always Too Hot third, Bar Down Brisbee fourth in 1:54 and 1. Six 5 4 9 unofficial. And your fourth race winner is now coming back in front of us. It's number 6, the Ready. The Ready, a 4-year-old bay horse by Better's Delight, is out of the Dragon Again Dam, Sweet Anna Hanover. It's a winning homebred for owner Overseas Farms Limited. Julie Walker trains Burt Renault, the winning driver. The Ready, with his second lifetime win, his first here at Mohawk Park. Both lifetime wins coming this season, where he is 2 for 7. 154 and 1. A new lifetime mark for 6, the Ready. Here are the payouts. Sixth, the Ready, 880, 330, 260. Second, 5, PL Taco, 260, 210. Third, number 4, Always Too Hot, 270. $2 exact, 18, $10 try, 21.30. $1 super, 387.75. $2 double, 29.20. Dollar pick 3, 15.80. The early pick 5 is wrapping up in the upcoming leg, $411 and a penny in live money. Tonight's pick 6, almost 12,000 wagered, more than 2,800 in live money, and we don't have the early pick 4 details on there, but we'll get that updated for you. Up next will be race number 5 to close out that early pick 5. Away they go. They're often pacing and looking for a quick start. In the center is PL Taco. PL Taco showing some hustle tonight along with the Ready. Hey, I Can Fly. Hudon is going to urge that one to go after the front of the opening turn, and Hey, I Can Fly obliges and takes over the lead at 27-1. The Ready's in the 2-hole. PL Taco away third. Getting a seat now fourth, Always Too Hot in front of Wicked Plan, who's fifth, 2 in front of Claymore. Then we're back to Tonino, bar down Brisbee, and Regal Duke made another miscue, and he trails. 27 flat opening quarter speed put up by long shot. Hey, I Can Fly. Burt Renault's not going to sit behind him longer with the ready, and here comes the ready to loop around the long shot leader. PL Taco now tightening up in third, always too hot, 2 more lengths away, fourth. Fifth one is Wicked Plan. Tracked 6 by Claymore. In 7th, it's Tonino. 8th one is Bar Down Brisbee, and much further back to the trailer 9th, Regal Duke. 56 and 3, the half-mile speed after the 27 flat opening quarter in the ready, leading the way now, a length and a half on Hey I Can Fly. PL Taco is first up. Second over cover being worked out here by Henry with Always Too Hot and Wicked Plan. Now following the outer flow as well from 5th. To the inside is Claymore, starting up from the back, Bar Down Brisbee, and then Tonino. 3/4, the next stop here, ready inside. PL Taco outside. They match strides to the third panel in 1:26 and 2. And for the Mohawk Park, straight away they go. It's the ready with a short lead inside. PL Taco trying to get past. In behind them is Always Too Hot. In the center of the track, Bar Down Brisbee up the inside. Hey, I Can Fly. The ready is putting away PL Taco, the 4-5 favorite, and the ready tears away to win by 4. It's the ready and Burt Renault to score in race number 4. PL Taco was second, Always Too Hot third, Bar Down Brisbee fourth in 1:54 and 1. Here's how they all finished in the fourth race. From the top down, it reads 8, 6, 7, 3, 2, 1, 5, 9, 4 on the bottom. Fifth race coming up next. Number 2, Early Action. Steel to Aluminum up front. Number 9, Tricky McWicky. Scratch Judges Transportation. Post time in 13 minutes. Here's a field for the 5th race. The one is Why Wouldn't You? Doug McNair will drive. Dave Brown trains and owns with Gary Brother. Number 2, Early Action, driven by Tyler Borth, is trained by Carmen Asiello for Dan Serafian. 3, All Bets on Tex, Brett McDonald in the bike. Ron McDonald trains for Kent Livingston, Blair McLaughlin, and Mark Gallant. Travis Cullen drives for Code Cracker. Jody Cullen trains for the A1 stable. Jody Cullen also sending out the 5, codename Cigar Box for Paul Sanders, A1 stable, and Ron Cullen. Ed Hensley between the wheels. Number 6, Poseidon Sealster, driven by Trevor Henry. Don Lindsay trains and owns with Paul Kleinpace, Will Olimpievich, and Garth Bechtel. Number 7, Uncle Shank, driven by Jody Jameson tonight. Chantel Mitchell trains for Kevin Harvey. Ginger Tree Finney's the 8. Louis Waugh in the sulky. Meg Crone trains for Laverne Turnbull. 9 is scratched. Number 10, Need a Bank Loan, will be driven by Billy Davis. Mike Kwiatkowski trains for Jacques Lambert. That's your field. Race 5 coming up in 3 minutes.
So we think we have a free square here if you're playing your exotic wagers in this race, and that's the 6, Poseidon Sealster. And when you see him on the track, you'll know why we like him so much. He makes such a beautiful pre-race appearance. He's coming out of the open, here to go in the non-winners of 9,000 in their last 4. And you can see right now on the board that the only horse that's getting close to him is the 7, and that's Uncle Shank, who's just had some bad racing luck as of late.
Yeah, bad racing luck, and pulled a shoe the one time, I think it was, and then last week there just kind of, or 2 weeks ago, just kind of refused, wasn't out there very long and didn't like it. This one horse making a real nice presentation. Yeah. I got him in for 4th. Why wouldn't you? For the CEO of the Brown stable, and Doug McNair picking up the drive on this guy tonight. So I like the way he looks out there.
Steel 2 aluminum up front for the 2-horse Early Action. So they're putting the Nikes on with this, 129-1 the price on a Carmen Asiello trainee. He was in that mandatory payout for the Jackpot High 5, but he was the trailer in the race, so he'll leave from the 2-hole tonight. 21-1 the price on this 3-horse All Bets on Tex. I included him in my top 3.
Yeah, I mean, at one time this horse was racing here on our circuit free-legged. He wears the hobbles now, but his form is really good in the barn that he comes out of. Can't say enough of the racing style that they're doing right now. Ron McDonald training at a 424. It sounds like a car engine.
Fantastic season. The 5 is codenamed Cigar Box, one of 2 horses here for the Cullen stable, but now you're going to see the superstar in this race, and that's Poseidon Sealster. He is very close. He will likely hit it this year. He is very close to $1 million in career earnings. He is part of the Lindsay family, and he always looks so good on the track.
They do such a great job with this horse. This horse is going to have a life, he's going to have a life well past racing. He'll have a home at the Lindsays for the rest of his life. And like you said, he's less than $60,000 away. If he has hits a bit of a roll, we could see him going by $1 million on North American Cup night. You'll have to come just to see Poseidon Sealster.
Absolutely. Uncle Shank, as we said, just a bit of a hard luck horse as of late. He's at 8-1. Looks like we're ready to go here. The starter is calling the horses for race number 5. 5th race has a huge favorite, 1-5 on Poseidon Sealster. Good luck.
Yeah, classy veteran, as you guys have touched on. Poseidon Sealster nearing $1 million in lifetime earnings. His next win will be the 25th of his career. He's got a big shot tonight. A pretty considerable drop down in class. But still some formidable foes in here to deal with. Good draw to work from for Poseidon Sealster. 1-5 on the board as we get set to close out our first of 3 pick 5s on this Saturday 12-pack. Pacers pick up speed. And away they go. They're off in pacing, as expected. Poseidon Sealster off to a fast start here as Henry points him right to the lead. Poseidon Sealster, in a matter of strides, crosses over in front of Code Cracker, who pushes through to assure himself a spot in the pocket. So Jameson gets to tuck now for a seat 3rd with Uncle Shank. Away 4th, that's Why Wouldn't Ya? Followed to the opening bend 5th by All Bets on Tex. And then it is Early Action, tracked by codename Cigar Box. We go back to Ginger Tree Finney and Early Trailer Need a Bank Loan. Field of 9 into the backstretch, single file. Poseidon Sealster, the 1-5 favorite, lines them up. 26-4 was the first panel. Code Cracker in the pocket, Uncle Shank third. Why wouldn't you in fourth? All bets on text continuing fifth in front of early action sixth. Codename Cigar Box is seventh with a pair behind him. Next to last, eighth for Ginger Tree Finney. And the trailer ninth, Need a Bank Loan. Poseidon Sealster halfway home now. Leader there in 55-2. Code Cracker on the helmet second. Why wouldn't you? Popped out of fourth. First up, now takes over third from McNair. Poseidon Sealster will see company for the first time with 3/8 of a mile to go. Why wouldn't you? Applying the pressure outside. Code Cracker in behind the leader third. Uncle Shank is fourth and beginning to angle to the outside as early action gap the cover. To the inside is All Bets on Tex. Starting up from the back, codename Cigar Box, then Ginger Tree Finney and Need a Bank Loan. 125 3/4 for Poseidon Sealster. Locked up is Code Cracker outside. Why wouldn't ya? 2 lengths behind now. Tipping off that one's cover is Uncle Shank. Poseidon Sealster leading a length and a half. Uncle Shank in the center of the track. Code Cracker in behind the leader, but Poseidon Sealster still has got a couple to the good, and Poseidon Sealster will not be caught. It's Poseidon Sealster down the road over Uncle Shank and Code Cracker. Mile time 1:51-1. Fifth race, unofficial, 6, 7, 4, and 8. Back in front of us, big favorite, number 6, Poseidon Sealster, winner of the 5th. 9-year-old Bagel in by Sunshine Beach is out of the Artistic Felladam. Portia Sealster, Don Lindsay owns and trains. Paul Kleinpace, Will Allen Pevich, and Garth Bechtel share ownership. Trevor Henry, the winning driver. Poseidon Sealster with his third of the year in 7 tries. Now a 25-time winner overall, getting closer to $1 million in career earnings with his 151-1 wire-to-wire victory. Six, Poseidon Sealster pays $240, $210, $210. Second, number 7, Uncle Shank, $340, $240. Third, number 4, Code Cracker, $340. $2 exact to $530. Try, $11.15. The $1 super, $67.60. $2 double is $12.20. Pick 3, $14.75. $1 early pick 5, paid $265.55. We've got the pick 4 details back up. Live money going to the final leg, just over $2,100. And as for the pick 6, just under $2,200, and live money moves on to the next leg, race 6. Pacers pick up speed. And away they go. They're off in pacing as expected. Poseidon Sealster off to a fast start here as Henry points him right to the lead. Poseidon Sealster, in a matter of strides, crosses over in front of Code Cracker, who pushes through to assure himself a spot in the pocket. So Jamison gets to tuck now for a seat third with Uncle Shank. Away fourth, that's Why Wouldn't Ya? Followed to the opening bend fifth by All Bets on Tex. And then it is Early Action, tracked by codename Cigar Box. We go back to Ginger Tree Finney and Early Trailer Need a Bank Loan. Field of 9 into the backstretch, single file. Poseidon Sealster, the 1-5 favorite, lines them up. 26 and 4 was the first panel. Code Cracker in the pocket, Uncle Shank third. Why Wouldn't You in fourth? All Bets on Text continuing fifth in front of Early Action sixth. Codename Cigar Box is seventh with a pair behind him. Next to last, eighth for Ginger Tree Finney. And the trailer ninth, Need a Bank Loan. Poseidon Sealster halfway home now. Leader there in 55 and 2. Code Cracker on the helmet second. Why wouldn't you? Popped out of fourth. First up, now takes over third from McNair. Poseidon Sealster will see company for the first time with 3/8 of a mile to go. Why wouldn't you? Applying the pressure outside. Code Cracker in behind the leader third. Uncle Shank is fourth and beginning to angle to the outside as early action gap the cover. To the inside is All Bets on Tex. Starting up from the back, codename Cigar Box, then Ginger Tree, Finney, and Need a Bank Loan. 125 to 3/4 for Poseidon Sealster. Locked up is Code Cracker outside. Why wouldn't ya? 2 lengths behind now. Tipping off that one's cover is Uncle Shank. Poseidon Sealster leading a length and a half. Uncle Shank in the center of the track. Code Cracker in behind the leader, but Poseidon Sealster still has got a couple to the good, and Poseidon Sealster will not be caught. It's Poseidon Sealster down the road over Uncle Shank and Code Cracker. Mile time 1:51.1. Fifth race, finish order, top down, 587, 391, 24 scratch, 6 on the bottom. Race number 6 is where we go to next. We will kick off our mid-pick 5 wager. Number 3, Lunos, flip-flops to aluminum shoes up front. Post time is in 15 minutes.
The mid-pick 5 kicks off for you here in race number 6. So far, our 2 free squares came in on the night. Arby's Tenacious T and Poseidon Sealster, and they were the only free squares that we were giving out.
Poseidon Sealster's a big-time free square, because
Yeah.
all you got to do is see him on the track, and then
Yeah.
you know.
Well,
you know?
yeah, and the other thing too was he didn't even look like he was
Worked up a
working
sweat.
hard.
No.
Yeah, and he went in 51 and won. So like, what a cool dude! You will see him hit the $1 million mark in the next couple of months. Race number 6 comes up for you next. Again, we have the mid-pick 5 for you here in this race. This is for 5-year-olds and younger non-winners of 1 again. So you're looking at horses trying to get their maiden out of the way. There's only one horse here who has won before, and that's the 3 Lunos, who goes from flip-flops to aluminum up front. But it's no surprise to see this 8 horse getting all kinds of play. There was a lot of chatter about this horse when after the qualifier that he had on February the 6th. He was entered to compete last week, ended up being a judge's scratch that day. He wasn't eligible, so he's back tonight for conditioner Paul Court. So he's actually making his 2026 debut. What's interesting when you look at him, though, as Randy and I were saying, is that he is a 5-year-old who raced only 5 times last year, and this is his first start in North America. So he shows a little bit of money beside him, $4,100. He must have made that when he was competing in New Zealand, but we really don't know too much about him, aside from the fact that the qualifier was a good one, and he gets on lane 6 today for this race.
As a horsewoman, say that this is a completely even bunch of horses,
Yeah.
Talent-wise, right? Is it an advantage racing a 5-year-old and against 3-year-olds?
Well, they are grown at this stage, right? So, everything's kind of, as opposed to, say, a younger horse who's still maybe a little awkward, everything's kind of solidified on
I think,
him.
too, as a driver, you're a little bit more nervous about giving a 3-year-old a bad trip.
Sure,
This guy
he's
can take
got
it.
some experience.
This guy can take it.
Yeah, and
you know?
like, look at his races that he was racing. At least what we can see that was in New Zealand, he was going way further than a mile.
Yeah.
So I don't think fitness is necessarily an issue. Even though his last race in New Zealand was in October, they got to be super fit to go those long distances there. Are we surprised to see him at a low
No.
number? He's been kind of the buzz horse.
Yeah, he was a huge buzz horse last week there off of, coming in with those 2 qualifiers under his belt. And I mean, it looked like it was going to be his race to win. And now again, you're dealing with a 5-year-old that has experience in against a bunch of, lightly raced, what I would consider anyway to be a 3-year-old. I think that Jody has a big advantage in here, and he's going to be my top pick.
My leading man, the 9 horse, he is interesting as well. He is the other Chikeen horse. Now, he had some broken equipment back last week in his debut for the season, and that was his Murphy that ended up, that's something you don't see very often, that ended up getting, I don't know, broken?
Unclipped.
Yeah, I'm going to assume. So, he's back here tonight with Trevor Henry. Trevor did qualify him back on February the 6th, and there was a bit of buzz about this guy, too, last start.
Yeah, and it was a good effort. I mean, you can see that. He was parked every step of the mile. He was 7 out at the 3/4, 4.5. He's already starting to make up ground, but 4.5 at the head of the stretch, and then only beaten 3/4 of a length last quarter in 26-4. Problem is what does Trevor do with him? Does he just take him to the back? Does he come hunting for a hole? Does he just decide, hey, I'm going to go to the front? He got a fairly tough trip last week, first life for his first start, parimutuel wise. I can't see them taking that chance myself. I can't see them taking that chance from the 9-hole here tonight. I think they're going to put him into play. I think he's more than capable of winning this race, but I think that they're going to go as easy as possible to get him to the winner's circle.
Liquid is an interesting horse, too. He's the 6. You've got him in your mid-pick 5. His race on February the 7th, his first lifetime start, he came charging down the stretch, made a really good impression in that first start.
Yeah, really, really did. And then both starts, he had big wheels on the end of it. I'm not sure if last start wasn't even more. That first start, he was kind of trapped to the inside, so he couldn't do much with him, only beaten a length and a half. He had a better run at them there last week. The only thing that's scaring me a little bit is that's twice now that he's looked incredibly live and then get up beside the last horse and just kind of be there. So I don't know if down the road we might be seeing the mighty L beside his name.
Well, let's look at your other selections here for the mid-pick 5. So race number 7, you'll use the 2, the 5, and the 7. The 7 is the other Paul Court horse that's coming in from New Zealand. The 8th race, you're going to use the 3, who's sneaky good, and the 7, Cold Creek Queso. 9th race, you got the 4 and the 5, Tarasi, who missed last week, but he's back tonight, and It's Saturday Night, who's been making a good impression of himself here. And then in the 10th race, you're going to key the 4, Ethereum Party.
Yeah, it's fairly logical, but the problem is tonight, I like all the horses that I have. Problem is, though, is they're not the only ones in the race that I like. As you can see, I've had to use a lot of numbers, and even if you like somebody, if there's a couple of other horses in there that are as equally as talented, you can you can get left behind. Basically, kind of what we saw, I thought anyway, in race number 4. The 4, the 5, the 3, the 4, the 5, everybody was taking a lot of looks. The Ready kind of got overlooked in there.
Yes, he did.
And, he goes right down the road, and he's an easy winner. Big last quarter, too. So obviously a horse that's ready to go. That's the problem tonight, is I think that there's more than just one horse in a lot of these fields.
Well, the interesting thing with the Ready was when he turned around to go behind the gate and we got that final shot of him, he looked like he was ready to go, did he
ready.
not?
He was well advertised.
Yes, absolutely. Hindsight's 2020. Horses for race number 6 to kick off the late pick 5 will make their way out onto the track shortly.
Introducing the field for race 6. Number 1 is Corona Sealster. Tyler Borth drives for trainer Vic Putty, who co-owns with Michael Morocco. Number 2, Dead Man's Chain. Carl Thomas in the bike. He also trains for Carmel Racing Stable. The 3, Lou Knows, driven by Travis Henry, sent out by Matt Dupuis for Antonia Smith. Number 4, All-Star Cheez It. Ken Skinner owns and trains Brett McDonald, the driver. Man Destiny, number 5, Travis Cullen for trainer Jody Cullen, A1 Stable and Megan Sweetshare ownership. J.R. Plant drives 6 Liquid. Dean Nixon trains for Earl Hill Jr. Number 7, Woodmere Robbie, driven by Louis Waugh, sent out by Beau Ford for Donna Van Meer. Jody Jamieson in the bike behind 8, Macarori. Paul Court trains for MT Stables Ontario Incorporated. And number 9 is My Leading Man, driven by Trevor Henry, owned and trained by Kathy Chakeen. It's your field for the 6th race. Post time is coming up in 3 minutes as we kick off our mid-pick 5.
Well, we've met the field, and now we're going to take a closer look. This is Corona Sealster, and...
I like this horse.
Will you stop?
I do.
You do?
Yeah, I got him in for 3rd. This horse could easily take this race down. Easily.
I don't know about
I'm
that.
serious. But he, for whatever reason, he just isn't a winning kind of a horse.
I
but
haven't seen him want to stick his nose out in front.
No, I agree with you, but he will chase all day. And sooner or later, I think that he's going to show up with the Lasix program, and he's going to be a different horse.
I still don't like him as a win candidate because he just
Not
keeps
today.
hanging around.
Not today,
Yeah.
I agree. Yeah.
I think you can look at some others in here. Obviously, we're seeing the 4-horse now, All-Star Cheez It, but really, I think the most interesting horses are the horses with the outside draws. The 6, the 7 makes a gorgeous previous appearance, the 8 and the 9. Here's the 5, Man Destiny, but we'll see Liquid first. He's a Better's Delight, and went down and bought him in the United States at the Harrisburg sale for a pretty penny. And so far, he's had a 4th and a 3rd place effort for Dean Nixon, who gave us some big upset winners on the program was that last Saturday?
Yes.
They had a really good night. Yeah, that
Stay
was.
Pumped was one of them. I think she paid $112 or something. This guy looks good out there.
Here's
the 6-horse.
And we both think this horse is pretty stunning to take a look. Big individual.
Yeah.
Obviously, he's 5. He's
Yeah.
racing against 3-year-olds. You know, he's a man amongst boys.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, what an advantage, you know what I mean?
Well,
but
and
he's
that's kind of what I
well
was
covered
saying.
up, though, eh? Like,
Yeah.
I mean, you know, for a big horse like that, he's got shin boots, knee boots, and a
Yeah,
set
a
of
lot
bell
of
boots
stuff on him.
on
Yeah.
up front. You know, I don't know if I really like that. Set of earplugs. He's kind of, you know, but the barn that he comes out of, Paul Court's barn, has just been crazy good right now. And again, I think it's a huge advantage to be racing a horse that's 2 years older than the rest of the field.
I'll give the groom an award for the 7, Woodmere Robbie. Horse has a beautiful coat on him, you know, nice and shiny, healthy-looking horse. He's the lone first-time starter in the mix. And then here's the 9, My Leading Man, who's at 7-1 right now.
Big shout out to the owner of the 7-horse, Woodmere Robbie. Donna Van Meer, that's a name that I haven't seen in quite some time there. Donna and Randy Van Meer, now living down in PEI.
Yeah.
Big shout out to you guys and best of luck with Woodmere
I'm
Robbie.
sure they're watching. He's a gorgeous horse. Kudos to you. And purchased in the PEI sale for $29,000. And here he is at the big track tonight for his career debut. A good little group here for race number 6 to kick off the mid-pick 5. Good luck.
Yes, field for the 6th race. Begins to line up behind the gate as we kick off our second pick 5 wager. Mid pick 5 pool right now. Just about set to go over 33,000. Group of 9 to kick it off. Macarori, I thought very impressive in the latest qualifier. Now gets to make the North American debut here for the White Hot Paul Court barn. 6-5, 2-1 on 6 Liquid, showing nice improvement from start 1 to start 2. My Leading Man on the outside and Corona Sealster on the inside, getting some support as well at 6-1. We've got a group of 9 lined up for race number 6. Here they come. And away they go. They're off and pacing. Making a break at the start there was the 4 All-Star Cheez-It. All-Star Cheez-It jumped it off. Leaving from the rail, Corona Sealster down the center. Speed from Man Destiny and Macarori. Put into the mix early here by Jameson. 3 wide in front of us as they battle to the opening turn. Cullen now shoots ahead of Corona Sealster to cross over and lead it. Parked out as Macarori continuing to work his way to the lead. Dead Man's Chain gets away 4th, 2 in front of Liquid, who's 5th. 6th one is Lunos. In 7th, we see Woodmere Robbie, the first-time starter. That one's followed by My Leading Man, and 3 more lengths trying to catch up after the early bobble All-Star Cheez-It. 28 and 3, opening quarter speed, and Macarori trying to forge ahead. And Macarori bet down to 1-2. Now clears in front of Man Destiny. Parked beyond 3/8 to get there, but leads nonetheless. Man Destiny chasing 2nd. Corona Sealster 3rd. Dead Man's Chain is the 4th one. Liquid with a seat 5th, followed by Lunos, and then it is Woodmere Robbie. Starting up from the back, Henry on the move with My Leading Man, catching that one's cover, All-Star Cheez-It, halfway home in 58 and 1. Macarori the leader, Man Destiny 2nd, length and a half more to Corona Sealster than Dead Man's Chain. First up out of 5th is Liquid, 2nd over cover supplied to My Leading Man, make it 3rd over. 4th pops out of the 3-hole with Corona Sealster to now test leader Macarori, who gets a couple of right-handed reminders from Jameson to 3/4, and Macarori's going to hit that 3rd panel in 1:28 and 2. Macarori turning for the stretch with a lead of a length and a quarter. Corona Sealster on the outside. Tipping off that one's cover is Liquid. Even wider, My Leading Man. And behind horses, Dead Man's Chain with some pace. Trying to knife through horses late. Macarori still leading it. Liquid chasing along with Corona Sealster. Dead Man's Chain. Macarori a winning debut. Macarori winning just over a length. Over Liquid, Corona Sealster, Dead Man's Chain in 1:55. Unofficial 8612. Coming back in front of us, winner the 6th. In his North American debut, number 8, Makarori. Makarori, a 5-year-old bay gelding down by the seaside out of the Dream Away Dam, Karamaya Dreamin'. MT Stables Ontario Incorporated owns Paul Court, the winning trainer, Jody Jamieson in the bike for Makarori's first win here and first win ever in his career. This was his 2026 debut, 155. Nice initial mark on the resume for Makarori. 1-2 overwhelming favorite delivers in his first start here in the Northern Hemisphere. Number 8, Makarori, winner the 6th, pays $3, $230, $210. Second, number 6, Liquid, $310, $250. Third, number 1, Corona Sealster, $330. $2 Exacta, 7 even. $1 Try, $10. $1 Super, $90, $70. $2 Double, $550. $1 Pick 3 is $12.70. And a $1 early Pick 4 ticket, $34.95. Mid Pick 5 pool, nearly 58,000 wagered. More than 27,000 of live money moves on. And the Pick 6, just under $1,000 in live money, remains with 3 legs to go. Here they come. And away they go. They're off and pacing. Making a break at the start there was the 4 All-Star Cheez-It. All-Star Cheez-It jumped it off. Leaving from the rail, Corona Sealster down the center. Speed from Man Destiny and Makarori. Put into the mix early here by Jamieson. 3 wide in front of us as they battle to the opening turn. Cullen now shoots ahead of Corona Sealster to cross over and lead it. Parked out as Makarori, continuing to work his way to the lead. Dead Man's Chain gets away fourth, 2 in front of Liquid, who's fifth. Sixth one is Luno's. In seventh, we see Woodmere Robbie, the first-time starter. That one's followed by My Leading Man, and 3 more lengths trying to catch up after the early bobble. All-Star Cheez-It. 28-3, opening quarter speed, and Makarori trying to forge ahead. And Makarori bet down to 1-2. Now clears in front of Man Destiny. Parked beyond 3/8 to get there, but leads nonetheless. Man Destiny chasing second. Corona Sealster third. Dead Man's Chain is the fourth one. Liquid with a seat fifth, followed by Luno's, and then it is Woodmere Robbie. Starting up from the back, Henry on the move with My Leading Man. Catching that one's cover, All-Star Cheez-It. Halfway home in 58-1. Makarori the leader, Man Destiny second. Length and a half more to Corona Sealster than Dead Man's Chain. First up out of fifth is Liquid. Second over cover supplied to My Leading Man. Make it third over. Fourth pops out of the 3-hole with Corona Sealster to now test leader Makarori, who gets a couple of right-handed reminders from Jameson to 3/4. And Makarori's going to hit that third panel in 1:28-2. Makarori turning for the stretch with a lead of a length and a quarter. Corona Sealster on the outside. Tipping off that one's cover is Liquid. Even wider, My Leading Man. And behind horses, Dead Man's Chain with some pace. Trying to knife through horses late. Makarori still leading it. Liquid chasing along with Corona Sealster. Dead Man's Chain. Makarori a winning debut. Makarori winning just over a length. Over Liquid, Corona Sealster, Dead Man's Chain in 1:55. Finish order from the sixth race. Top down reads 3-4-7, 9-6-2, 8-1-5 on the bottom. Race 7 is up next. No program changes. 12 minutes to post.
In harness racing, there are options when it comes to owning a standardbred racehorse. You can own the entire horse, or you can share the horse with a few partners, or you can share with a lot of partners in a fractional ownership stable. Whatever option you choose, you'll find the experience of owning a racehorse connects people to horses and to one another in truly remarkable and sometimes unexpected ways. To learn more about standardbred racehorse ownership in Ontario, reach out to connect with someone who can help you get started on your journey.
Love horse racing? HPIBet.com is Canada's leader in online horse betting. Access thousands of live races from hundreds of tracks worldwide instantly. Enjoy the most advanced betting tools like AI Smart Picks and exclusive cashback rewards you won't get anywhere else. Join today and get up to $100 in free bets. Get the ultimate horse betting experience with HPIBet.com.
Number 1, My Ultimate Snowy leads parade for race 7. J.R. Plant's in the bike. Paul Court trains for Jesse Dragojevic and Scott Emmon. 2, Drinkin' Buddy, driven by Louis Waugh. Heather Pickett trains and owns with Rick Pickett. Doug McNair driving 3, Nazare. Joe Pereira trains for owner William Gillen. Number 4, Beach and Lindy. Brett McDonald at the line. Steve Charlton owns and trains. Here's the 5, Salzbrook Ian. Daryl T. Sindel drive. Kyle Fellows trains for Sean McIsaac. Number 6, Legion Sealster. Tyler Borth aboard. Vic Putty trains for Gordon McDonald and Christopher Boland. The 7, Lincoln Lamoose, driven by Jody Jamieson, is sent out by Paul Court for MT Stables Ontario Incorporated. Number 8, Gentle on My Mind, driven by Scott Young, is trained by Anita Willett for Luke Willett. And the 9, Hungry Man. Greg McNair trains for Brad Grant. Trevor Henry is in the bike. That's your 7th race field as we hit the back half of our card. Post time in 3 minutes.
So race number 7 is where we head to next. Non-winners of $6,000 in their last 4, 3 to 5. The price on Lincoln Lamoose. We've all gone this way. Paul Court's trying to double up on tonight's program. He just gave us McElroy. Now he's given us Lincoln Lamoose. Kind of a similar story. Horse missed last week due to a judge's scratch. He wasn't eligible. He's had the 2 qualifiers, same as McElroy. Both of them good qualifiers, and he comes from racing in New Zealand, so it's a carbon copy.
Yeah, this guy, I think this guy qualified a little bit deeper than the other guy. I mean, even just look at the horses that he was in against. Rochester Flash, codename Cigarbacks. Rochester Flash has win since he qualified with this horse, and codename Cigarbox. You know, he's come out in non-winners of 12,000, just had the 2 starts, but he's codename Cigarbox.
Yeah.
So I think this horse qualified a little bit better, and I'm not surprised to see him at 4 to 5.
Is your second horse the 2?
Yes, he is.
Drinking Buddy. He's been a nice little horse for Heather Pickett. I remember them winning a few races with this horse last winter here at Mohawk, and he's in the preferred class when he's racing at Western Fair.
Yeah, she does a really good job with her horses. You know, they always look good out there. And I mean, you know, she bred this one too.
Yeah.
Drinking Buddy. Bred, owned, trained by Heather Pickett.
That's
and
all
I agree with
special.
you. $78,000 put away last year and a mark of 50
Yes.
and change when he did race here. So we know the speed is there. It's just, you know, he hasn't been on our circuit for a little bit.
Paul Court's got another one in this race too, the 1 horse My Ultimate Snowy, and he put up a nice win off of some time off on January the 31st.
I got him in for 4th. I mean, right now, Paul Court's horses are really, really hard to leave off your ticket. You know, it just seems like he's got a lot of nice horses out there, and he does a really, really good job. So I got him in here for 1st and 4th.
All right. Well, it looks like we got a minute left to go before race number 7. And we do have a late scratch as well that's just come through. That late scratch is in race number 11. The 11th race, the 1 horse Like a King, is a late scratch from that race, which is a bit of a shame because a lot of us would have been having that one in the top spot. So just mark your programs. Race number 11, you can scratch the 1 Like a King. Horses going behind the gate for race number 7.
Yes, getting set for our 7th race. As Lisa mentioned, 1 Like a King scratched at the 11th race. The reason, Vet Lame on 1 Like a King in the 11th. 7th race field taking up their positions. Field of 9. Lincoln Lamoose for these connections that just won in race 6 are looking to come right back with another new recruit to debut here in North America. Both qualifiers were solid. It's post time for the 7th race. They're at the top of the stretch, lined up. Here they come. There they go. They're off and pacing. An early hustle from both Lincoln Lamoose and Legion Sealster. Inside speed now from Nazare and Drinkin' Buddy. Then from the rail into the top 5, My Ultimate Snowy. Followed to the opening turn by Beach and Lindy. The last 3 are led by Salzbrook Ian, who's tracked by Gentle on My Mind, and Hungry Man's at the back. Lincoln Lamoose sets up shop on the lead here for Jamieson in front of Legion Sealster, the pocket rider. 26-4 opening quarter speed. McNair in third with Nazare in front of Drinking Buddy fourth. A break of 2 to My Ultimate Snowy, who's fifth, in front of Beach and Lindy sixth. And then it is Salzbrook Ian, 2 more lengths to Gentle on My Mind, and next to last eighth, and Hungry Man trails. Nazare at 18-1, not happy with the pace. McNair pulls him out of the 3-hole and calls on him to go around Lincoln Lamoose. So Lincoln Lamoose will release long shot Nazare, who leads them now to the midway point at 55-2. My Ultimate Snowy uncovered, but up to third, first over, second over Drinking Buddy, pinned to the inside is Legion Sealster. Third over from the back, Salzbrook Ian to the inside of that one, Beach and Lindy. Starting up next to last, Gentle on My Mind, Hungry Man still trails. Nazare, the leader by about a half a length. My Ultimate Snowy on the outside, inches closer. Lincoln Lamoose, the 4-5 favorite, still along the pylons right now. Outside of him, second over fourth, is Drinkin' Buddy. Tipping wide on the last turn, Salzbrook Ian, 125-2 to 3/4. The inside opens up here for Lincoln Lamoose. Nazare giving up the lead to My Ultimate Snowy. Off that one's covered, Drinkin' Buddy, and even wider, Salzbrook Ian continues to close. Here with the lead is Drinkin' Buddy, Salzbrook Ian, and Gentle on My Mind from the back at 69-1 for Scott Young. Has he done it again? Yes! Gentle on My Mind pulls off a big upset in 153, 69-1 shocker in the seventh. Eight, 9, 5, 2 unofficial. Longest shot on the board, number 8, Gentle on My Mind, returns a winner. Not even 3 months ago, Gentle on My Mind, different trip, but a big price nonetheless. He scored an upset with Scott Young Engineering at 39-1. Even bigger tonight for the 6-year-old bay out in by Shadow Play out of the Park Place Dam Honeys Bud Light. Luke Willett, the winning owner and breeder. Anita Willett, the winning trainer. Scott Young in the bike for Gentle on My Mind, second of the year, 8 tries. 10th career score, off the pace in 153. Again, at a huge price, 69-1 in the 7th race. Seventh race payouts. Number 8, Gentle on My Mind. 141.90 to win, 55.50 to place, 21.80 to show. Second was Fellow Long Shot, number 9, Hungry Man, 46.60 and 32.90. Third, number 5, Salzbrook Ian, 5.80. The $2 exact, $2,212.70. 20-cent trifecta, $21,666.29. A 20-cent superfecta, $22,352.42. $2 double, $343. $1 pick 3, $190.65. Pick 5 takes a massive hit, $177.75 in live money. And the pick 6 also taking a big hit there, down to $554 with 2 legs to go. Up next, race 8 to start tonight's late pick 5. There they go. They're off and pacing. An early hustle from both Lincoln Lamoose and Legion Sealster. Inside speed now from Nazare and Drinkin' Buddy. Then from the rail into the top 5, My Ultimate Snowy. Followed to the opening turn by Beach and Lindy. The last 3 are led by Salzbrook Ian, who's tracked by Gentle on My Mind, and Hungry Man's at the back. Lincoln Lamoose sets up shop on the lead here for Jamieson in front of Legion Sealster, the pocket rider. 26 and 4 opening quarter speed. McNair in third with Nazare in front of Drinkin' Buddy fourth. A break of 2 to My Ultimate Snowy, who's fifth, in front of Beach and Lindy sixth. And then it is Salzbrook Ian. 2 more lengths to Gentle on My Mind, and next to last eighth, and Hungry Man trails. Nazare at 18 to 1. Not happy with the pace. McNair pulls him out of the 3-hole and calls on him to go around Lincoln Lamoose. So Lincoln Lamoose will release long shot Nazare, who leads them now to the midway point at 55 and 2. My Ultimate Snowy uncovered, but up to third. First over, second over Drinkin' Buddy. Pinned to the inside is Legion Sealster. Third over from the back, Salzbrook Ian. To the inside of that one, Beach and Lindy. Starting up next to last, Gentle on My Mind, Hungry Man still trails. Nazare, the leader by about a half a length. My Ultimate Snowy on the outside, inches closer. Lincoln Lamoose, the 4 to 5 favorite, still along the pylons right now. Outside of him, second over fourth, is Drinkin' Buddy. Tipping wide on the last turn, Salzbrook Ian, 125 and 2 to 3/4. The inside opens up here for Lincoln Lamoose. Nazare giving up the lead to My Ultimate Snowy. Off that one's covered, Drinkin' Buddy, and even wider, Salzbrook Ian continues to close. Here with the lead is Drinkin' Buddy, Salzbrook Ian, and Gentle on My Mind from the back at 69 to 1 for Scott Young. Has he done it again? Yes. Gentle on My Mind pulls off a big upset in 153, 69 to 1. Shocker in the 7th. Seventh race finish order 749, 635, 81, 2 on the bottom. Eighth race to start the late pick 5 is no changes, 12 minutes to post.
Bombs away in race number 7. A 69 to 1 shot gets the win. Gentle on my mind for Anita Olette. Hey, we'll probably see Anita driving in that Lady Drivers Challenge. She normally does.
Yeah, she
Every year.
normally
She's
does.
won it before.
She has, yeah. She, a complete opposite of her husband. First time she won, she sat dead last, went around the whole
I
field.
remember that.
And I said to her, there's no way Luke told you to drive that way.
Scotty Young bringing home the long shot, $141.90. Hungry Man rounds out the exactor at 67 to 1 for Trevor Henry and Greg McNair. Okay, here you go. The exactor pays over $2,200, Randy.
My goodness.
But here's the big payout. The try over $2,160.
Wow.
$21,666, and the super paid $22,352.
Unbelievable.
If you got
what
it,
about the swinger?
Merry Christmas. Oh, sorry, I didn't write that one down. But still, Scotty has been bringing home some long shots here
He
and there.
has.
So he's going to get a nickname for that sooner or later if he keeps bringing home these horses at prices. Race number 8 is how we kick off the late pick 5. And we have a horse to show you a replay of. It's the 3 Better Than Spring. Now, you know, we talked about So Much More and just how close she's getting. She has 79 career wins as of her win last night. But Better Than Spring, at the age of 11, is looking for his 67th lifetime win. He is very close to becoming racing's newest millionaire, and he's 13 to 1 in this race.
Yeah, what's interesting too, Elisa, so he's 6 years old. He takes his mark of 49 and 2. Last year at the age of 10, look at his mark, 49 and 2.
Pretty
You know what I
cool.
mean? So, I
Yeah.
mean, this guy hasn't lost a step. Just in fact, he's still got some spring.
Look at the
in
money
his
made
step.
last year, $216,000.
Yeah,
as a
and he's
10-year-old.
got some good pop on the end of it there. You know, he's going to come back to this class, but I think he's got a couple of starts underneath his belt there. And I think that, Brett knows exactly what it is that he's dealing with this guy. And I think he's going to put him in a position. I think we're going to hear a little bit from Better Than Spring tonight.
I use the one Jordy N. He's been kind of fun to watch since he's made the move over to North America. But then we have other horses like the 7 Cold Creek Queso. He comes out of the Open. This is only his 5th start of the season. Well, but here's the thing. He's missed some racing due to weather scratches, and that was back when it was, minus 17. He missed his race on February the 7th. He missed his race on January the 24th. So, whereas some other horses have been in a regular rotation, he just hasn't.
No, he hasn't. He does pick up the driver that I think gets along quite well with him, and that's Jody Jamieson. I always thought Sylvain Filion got along really, really good with this horse. He knew when to ask him, and he knew when not to. You know what I mean? He always kept the horse on good form. But I got him in for second. I think he's the logical horse that I'm trying to beat. If you take him out of this race, I think it opens things up wide open. But with him in here, I think he's the dangerous horse. And this is the race too, like you were saying, there's a little bit of driver jostling going along too. Jody was down on Queso and Get Wings. He's going to take Queso. Daryl Thiessen's going to get Wings, but I think Daryl Thiessen was down on maybe Rochester Flash, So a little bit of jostling going on.
Yeah, and it's interesting because I thought Daryl was pretty high on Rochester Flash last week, but he opts to go to the 6 horse instead. That horse is currently at 5 to 1 from the Mackenzie barn, whereas Rochester Flash from the Myrner outfit is at 21 to 1. So, big price there on this guy.
Yeah, my only caution would be, and again, just my opinion there, but with Get Wings, I'm kind of getting a little bit nervous that he might be starting to get a little bit hot. Now, Jody was able to take him back last week and race him from off. He had a good third, but that's with the rail. Trust me, it's a lot easier to take a horse back from the rail than it is from the outside because the rail's pushing against you anyway. It's pushing back, so you don't really have to do much there. You can just let them come out of there, and then the outside flow is going to get around them, and you're good to go. But interesting that Daryl decided to go to Get Wings.
So the 3 and the 7 are your selections here for the late pick 5, and you're going to go 5 deep in race number 9, which is our feature race, the open pace, and you're just excluding the 1. So 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 in race number 9. 10th race, you'll go 3, 4. Hey, Heather Pickett's horse raced really well, Drinkin' Buddy, back in race number 7 to finish in the 4th spot. You've got her horse Grin and Win in race number 10.
Yeah, both of them. I think her horses are racing really, really good, and I just don't know if she's going to be able to beat Ethereum Party in here, but I do think that they're the 2 most logical.
11th race, you'll use the 3 and the 4, which is good that you excluded the 1, considering the fact that he's a late vet scratch. And then in race number 12, you got a key, and it's Logan Behold. We've been waiting for Logan Behold, and now now he's dropping all the way down to nominals at $2,600. I've got him in my top 3 as well.
Yeah, and Joe McIsaac, 0 for 13 starting out the season. I'm telling you, he is way too talented to be 0 for 13. I got a feeling after tonight he's going to be 1 for 14.
Well, there was some times there that you and I thought, just bad draws, like back January 10th where he was on the outside of the racetrack. But now taking a drop from nominals of $6,000 and nominals of $2,600. This should be a nice spot for him and the finale on our program. So race number 8, again, how we kick off the late pick 5 for you. Will we have another bomb? Or will it be a logical horse at a lower price, 9 to 5, the price on the 7, Cold Creek Queso, who's your current favorite? Good luck.
Here's a field for the 8th race. The one is Geordie. Travis Cullen drives. Jacques Dupont training for Écurie CSL. Number 2, Wallace Hartley, driven by J.R. Plant. Chantel Mitchell trains for the Estate of Dale Toll. Number 3, Better Than Spring. Brett McDonald in the bike for trainer Ron McDonald, owner Perry Burke. Travis Henry drives the 4, Jack Panic. Carmen Asiello training for Dan Serafian. Number 5, Lose World, driven by Louis Bois, sent out by Gary Murner for Gino Toscani. 6 is Get Wings, Daryl Thiessen between the wheels. Paul McKenzie trains for Gary Ford and Janet Kinney. The 7, Cold Creek Queso, driven by Jody Jameson, is trained by Daniel Walker for Cold Creek Standardbred. The 8, Rochester Flash, Gary Murner trains for Ray Lasky and Andrew Harris. Trevor Henry gets the call in the bike. And number 9, Bold Spirit, Billy Davis to drive for trainer Dwayne Marfisi, who co-owns along with Roy Sproxton, Harbhajan Singh Dillon, and Daryl Kaplan. It's your group for the 8th race, kicking off tonight's late pick 5 in 3 minutes. Starter calls the field for the 8th race to line up as we kick off our third Pick 5 wager of the night. Still a little bit of time remains for you to play along in that if you want to join in. 18,000 plus and continuing to climb. Field of 9 to kickstart that wager. It's post time for race number 8. Eighth race field. The hands of the starter picking up speed. Here they come to a start. Perfect looking starts. And away they go. They're often pacing, and Thiessen calls on Get Wings to leave out of there from the 6 hole. Better Than Spring shows speed inside, and Henry into the mix with Rochester Flash. That 3 battled the opening turn with Get Wings crossing over to lead it. Henry parked with Rochester Flash and continuing to drive on. Better Than Spring closes the pocket. Jack Panic follows him to the inside 4th. Jameson's going to grab a seat 5th now on the pylons with Cold Creek Queso in front of Lose World. And then it is Geordie being tracked by Wallace Hartley and Bold Spirits, the early trailer. 25 and 4 opening quarter speed, and Rochester Flash now leads. Get Wings in second, but it's a give and go. Here's Get Wings back around Rochester Flash. Better Than Spring 3rd, Jack Panic 4th. Cold Creek Queso the 5th one, followed by Lose World in 6th. Geordie 7th to the inside, scooting along to save some ground as Wallace Hartley and Bold Spirits at the back. Get Wings the leader at 6 to 1, down to the half and 53 and 3. Rochester Flash in second. Jack Panic coming with a rush here now, takes over second, and he's after the leader Get Wings. Trying to catch up to the cover second overs Cold Creek Queso, the 8 to 5 favorite, within 3 of the lead. Inside 5th is Better Than Spring. 3rd over. Into contention is Lose World. Following him is Geordie from the back, and then Wallace Hartley and a starting up Old Spirit. 3 quarters in 123 and 1. Get Wings inside. Jack Panic outside. Pokes ahead in front at 19 to 1. Off that one's cover, Cold Creek Queso trying to reel in this new leader from the backfield. Geordie starting to close along with Lose World. Jack Panic holding on to a slim lead. Cold Creek Queso, Lose World, and Geordie closing at him. Jack Panic inside. Can he hit the line first? I believe he does. Jack Panic on the inside appeared to hold on in 150 and 2 at 19 to 1. We've got a win photo in the 8th. Slow-mo Cam might tell us a better story. In between horses there, the 5's Lose World trying to nose out Jack Panic, and he may have. Jack Panic inside, Lose World in between horses. Might have got his nose to the line first. We've got a win photo. We know 3rd is going to go to Geordie unofficially, and the 7 Cold Creek Queso under the line 4th. And it was the 5. Lose World by a schnoz in between horses. Nosing out Jack Panic. Valiant effort from that guy, but Lose World determined to get up. Great finish. 5, 4, 1, and 7. Unofficial in the 8th. Coming back in front of us, 8th race winner, number 5, Lose World. Lose World, a 5-year-old bay horse by Sweet Lou. Out of the Art Major Dam World Apart is owned by Gino Toscani. Gary Murner's the winning trainer. And Louis Waugh in the bike for Lou's World's third of the year in 7 tries. That's his 15th career score. 1:50.2. The mile time here tonight, I believe that equals the quickest mile so far this year. Salzburg Victor last week, I believe, was able to win in 50.2. And yes, that's correct. So co-fastest miles of the season so far. Lou's World joining Salzburg Victor. At 8-5, he was the slight second choice. But getting up over long shot Jack Panic right at the line. Eighth race payouts, number 5, Lou's World, $5.53.63.20. Second, number 4, Jack Panic, $14.730. And third was 1, Jordy, $5.40. $2 exacta, $62.70. Dollar try, $160.10. Dollar super, $568.85. $2 double, $1,273.30. $1 pick 3, $1,098.50. The late pick 5 pool, almost 36,000 wager, just over 10 grand moving on. Mid pick 5 update, 35.14. And the pick 6, $1.02 in live money goes to the final leg. Race 9, our open pace is next. Hands of the starter, picking up speed. Here they come to a start. Perfect looking starts. And away they go. They're off and pacing, and Thiessen calls on Get Wings to leave out of there from the 6 hole. Better Than Spring shows speed inside, and Henry into the mix with Rochester Flash. That 3 battled the opening turn with Get Wings crossing over to lead it. Henry parked with Rochester Flash and continuing to drive on. Better Than Spring closes the pocket. Jack Panic follows him to the inside 4th. Jameson's going to grab a seat 5th now on the pylons with Cold Creek Queso in front of Lou's World. And then it is Jordy being tracked by Wallace Hartley and Bold Spirits, the early trailer. 25-4 opening quarter speed, and Rochester Flash now leads. Get Wings in second, but it's a give and go. Here's Get Wings back around Rochester Flash. Better Than Spring third, Jack Panic 4th. Cold Creek Queso the 5th one, followed by Lou's World in 6th. Jordy 7th to the inside, scooting along to save some ground is Wallace Hartley and Bold Spirits at the back. Get Wings, the leader at 6-1, down to the half and 53-3. Rochester Flash in second. Jack Panic coming with a rush here now, takes over second, and he's after the leader, Get Wings. Trying to catch up to the cover, second overs, Cold Creek Queso, the 8-5 favorite, within 3 of the lead. Inside fifth is Better Than Spring, third over. Into contention is Lose World. Following him is Geordie from the back, and then Wallace Hartley and a starting up Old Spirit. 3/4 in 123-1. Get Wings inside. Jack Panic outside. Pokes ahead in front at 19-1. Off that one's cover, Cold Creek Queso trying to reel in this new leader from the backfield. Geordie starting to close along with Lose World. Jack Panic holding on to a slim lead. Cold Creek Queso, Lose World, and Geordie closing at him. Jack Panic inside. Can he hit the line first? I believe he does. Jack Panic on the inside appeared to hold on in 150-2 at 19-1. We've got a win photo in the 8th. Eighth race finish order, top down, 378, 215, 469 on the bottom. Race number 9 up next. Our open pace starts the late pick 4, no changes. Post time in 15 minutes.
If I cut my hair, hope I grow it long. Got no necktie like the way before. If I wear it straight, will they like me more? Like those girls on front covers. I don't want no struggles, I don't want no fears. I don't want no struggles, I don't want no fears. Got time to feed myself and soul. Time to feed myself and soul.
Down by the seaside! Down by the seaside! Down by the seaside, sharp indeed.
If whiskey could talk, Johnny Walker Black Label would sing with notes of sweet, smooth coffee, rich fruit, and a touch of smoke. Tastes as good as it sounds.
And we've got some corrected times from that 8th race. Quarter in 27, half was 55, 3/4 was 122-2. with the mile going in 50 and 4, 150 and 4. So not quite the fastest equaling so far this year for the race winner, but Lou's World in 150 and 4 nonetheless, scoring in race number 8. We apologize for the inconvenience there. There's the corrected times.
It's time for our on-track feature for the night tonight, the open pace with a field of 6 tonight. We are missing some of our regulars. No Brew Hanover, no Salzbrook Victor, who won last week. Poseidon Sealster, well, we saw him in race number 5. He was one of your free squares on the card. And no Blue Hunt on tonight's open as well. So we're down to a field of 6. We welcome back Tarasi, who missed last week. And he's still in search of his, I know it's hard to believe, he's still in search of his first win of the season. And I can remember, a couple of years ago, Randy, he was the king of the open.
Oh, yeah. And I mean, he's not far off now. He's just not quite bringing the consistency that he was bringing before. I mean, you just couldn't touch him. But, he still has the odd second in there, but he's also got a couple of 6s and a 5th in there. Just not quite Tarasi style just yet. And unfortunately for poor Randy, he is now kind of in a bit of a, infatuation with the 5 horse. It's Saturday night, all due to Elisa Blow pointing him out to me one day on the track, and now I really, just like her, I'm a big fan of
cool.
It's Saturday Night. So he's going to be my top pick. I backed, so I went Maneri onto Greg McNair's horse, and then I backed it up with both Cullen horses.
Yeah, I use the 5-6 because Cullen's been good in these opens, and then same thing, the McNair horse. And I tossed Zeron's horse in Jabberwocky for 4th just because he's a fun horse. Like, one of the best quotes I ever heard from Rick, and we've had some pretty good quotes over the years from him. Some we can say, some we can't say. This one we can say. He's always said, this horse has a sense of humor.
Yeah.
And I love that as a way to describe a horse, that if he's not up near the front end, he just basically spits a bit and says, I'm not going to play.
Yeah.
Right? But if you put him up on the front end, like look at that race back on the 31st, he was ready to go. And he's very hard to beat when he gets up there and gets confident on the engine. So he's been a fun horse to watch over the years. But when you see it Saturday night on the track, I think you'll understand what Randy and I have seen from him. He is a real cool customer.
Very cool, gorgeous looking individual.
Easy
really,
going, mild mannered,
well put together. But the big thing is too is that big free and easy gait.
Gorgeous.
Oh my God, can he ever eat up ground with that thing?
I don't think there's anybody on our circuit right now that has the gait that he has.
I would say that, listen, I'm not going to say that there's not anybody with that, but he would be at the top of the list.
I think it also is so much more impressive because of his size, so it looks even bigger.
Why a big horse like that is so light on his feet, and I mean, going off on a little bit of a tangent there. I was talking to my father on the way here, and so far Bojangles, when Doc Moore's been training him down, no hobbles and no shoes.
Right. Yeah.
Nothing.
Yeah.
And my dad watched him train the other day, and he says you can't even hear him go over the ground.
No.
Like a big horse like that, and just so
Hits the ground
light-footed.
so light.
you know? And that's the same thing that I find with It's Saturday Night. He doesn't work at his gate. And if you don't have to work at your gate, that just means that you're there for pure speed.
And he probably can't even feel Louis in behind him. He's so
Probably.
big.
Yeah.
He's just, you're going to see what we see if you've never seen him before. He's a real cool dude. So race number 9 is how we're going to kick off the late pick 4 on the evening. It's also our on-track feature for the night. If you're looking ahead to the late pick 4 and you're playing it, in race number 10, we'll scratch the 2 and the 8. You might not have had that scratch of the 8 horse, so 2 and 8 are out of the 10th. A late scratch of the 1 in race number 11, Like a King, and everybody's still in the 12th. Ghislaine Paquette's passed along late pick 4. He's going to key the 5 in the 9th race. He'll go 4-5 in race number 10. He'll go 4-6 in race number 11 and 1-2-5 in race number 12. I would have assumed he would have had Like a King in the 11th race as well, but that horse is a late scratch from that event, which makes his ticket likely a little bit cheaper at $12. So race number 9 will be headed out to the track shortly, and we will meet the field up close and personal after post parade.
There's a field for the open pace. Number 1 is Major Perry. Billy Davis in the bike. Jacques Dupont trains for Écurie CSL. The 2 Jabberwocky, driven by Trevor Henry, sent out by Rick Zeron for Rick Zeron Stables, James Walker. Johnny Marveno and Ernest de Burnett Stable. Ed Hensley gets the call to drive 3, Pacino Hanover. Jody Cullen trains for Travis and Ron Cullen and Paul Sanders. Number 4, Tarasi, driven by Doug McNair, sent out by Greg McNair for Brad Grant and Alanya Racing. Number 5, It's Saturday Night. Louis Waugh at the lines. Dave Maneri training for Pollock Racing. And the 6 is Dublin Dasher. Travis Cullen drives for trainer Jody Cullen. Owners are Paul Sanders, A1 Stable, and Grace Marshman. That's your field for the 9th race. We kick off our late pick 4 in 3 minutes.
Well, Major Perry will be the longest shot on the board here in this race as he steps up to try Open Company for the first time this season. He is a one-time winner so far this year. We'll move over next to the 2-horse Jabberwocky. Now, he has tried the Open from time to time, and he can pick up pieces in a race like this. He was a winner 2 starts ago, though, up on the front end, Randy.
Yeah, I find he's more dangerous if they're gonna go out of there with him from the outside, more as opposed to the inside. He looks good out there, but I got a feeling there that tonight, he might not go to the front. If he doesn't go to the front, then he's a little tougher to get to the winner's circle.
This is one of 2 horses for the Cullens. They've got Pacino Hanover, who was a winner last start out. He'll get Ed Hensley to do the driving because Travis Cullen can't drive both of them, and he's going to be with the 6-horse Dublin Dasher, who's currently at 6-1. Tarasi is the 4. We're going to get a look at him now. He missed last week, still in search of his first win of the season.
Looks sharp out there. I mean, Dougie's not really like rolling him along or anything, but he looks like he's sharp. He's taking a good hold of Doug, and he's never going to be discounted, for quite a while because we know what he's capable of doing when he's on his game. But I just think he's coming up against a younger, potentially tougher horse, and it's Saturday night. Look at the size of this guy and just the way that he carries himself.
I know. He's just, to me, he's got such a lackadaisical way of going. He is like nothing is really going to turn him. And you're going to see, too, that when he goes in behind the gate, he continues on with this kind of swagger that he has, and his ears stay back. He's listening to Louis, but once the gates swing open, those ears go forward, and he turns into a whole different horse.
Yeah, he's a really, really nice horse, no doubt about that. And it's going to be nice to have him around here for a while because he's just cool to watch.
He sure is cool. Well, here we go. Race number 9 is how we kick off the late pick 4 tonight. It's our on-track feature for the evening as well, the Open Pace for 40 Gs.
Field of a half dozen are lining up for that Open Pace to kick off the late pick 4. Just about 20,000 in the pool. We'll climb above there in just a moment. It's Saturday night, heavily favored. Some other good ones in here. Trying to defeat them. Field of 6 are at the top of the stretch for on-track feature. Here they come. Open Pacers pick up speed. And they're off. And leaving out of there is going to be Tarasi to show some speed with It's Saturday Night, and now Dublin Dasher. And Dublin Dasher, Cullen is going to chase him out of there, going after the front with Dublin Dasher sprinting ahead. Now to the opening turn to lead them. On the outside, parked out, It's Saturday Night. Looks like he'll have to drive on with Tarasi closing the pocket. Jabberwocky away 4th in front of Major Perry 5th. Early trailer, Pacino Hanover from 6th. It's Saturday Night, continuing to forge ahead here. He'll take over now, 26 into the opening quarter. It's Saturday Night leads it. Dublin Dasher in the 2-hole. Tarasi is 3rd. Jabberwocky 4th in front of Major Perry 5th. Trailer 6th continues to be Pacino Hanover. The field's got 3/8 in the books, and they race towards the midway point with its Saturday night 1-5 big favorite, setting the pace. Dublin Dasher, his closest rival in second, in front of Tarasi third. Jabberwocky continuing fourth with Major Perry, and then Pacino Hanover still single file. Half is reached in 56. They head to 5/8. It's Saturday Night leads it. Now out of third is Tarasi, and Tarasi will force the issue up front here. First up for McNair. Now on the outside, a length and away from leader. It's Saturday Night with Dublin Dasher still in the pocket. Jabberwocky second over fourth. Cover not towing him right into contention just yet. Then to the inside, Major Perry. And swinging to the outside last, Pacino Hanover, 125 and 2 3/4. It's Saturday Night. Swings for the stretch with a lead of a length. Dublin Dasher along the inside will try to reel in this favorite. In behind that pair, Tarasi up the inside, Major Perry and Pacino Hanover from the back. It's Saturday Night, still sprinting hard. Dublin Dasher all out on the inside. It's Saturday Night clinging to the short lead. Live from Mohawk Park, it's Saturday Night takes the open over Dublin Dasher in 151 and 3, staves off the challenge. Unofficial 5-6-3-1. Ninth race open pace winners coming back in front of us now. Number 5, it's Saturday Night. It's Saturday Night, a bay gelding 5 years old by Always Be Mickey from the Some Beach Somewhere Damn Night Music. He's owned by Pollock Racing, trained by Dave Maneri, driven to victory by Louis Waugh, who comes right back here on the Saturday card for his second. It's Saturday Night with his third of the year in 7 tries, 14th career score. He goes over $500,000 in lifetime earnings with this win in 151 and 3. Number 5, it's Saturday Night, returning 260, 210, 210. Second number 6, Dublin Dasher, 270, 210. Third number 3, Pacino Hanover, 320. $2 exacta, $3.90 try, $7.85. The $1 super, 45 and a quarter. $2 double pays $10.30. $1 pick 3, $667.95. And a $1 pick six pool shot, 9,866.65. More than 32,000 wagered into the late pick four, just under 22,000 of live money. Moving on. Mid pick five, wrapping up in the upcoming 10th race, has $18.72 in live money. And the late pick five pool, still more than 7,100 in live money, heads on to race 10. Open pacers pick up speed, and they're off. And leaving out of there is going to be Tarasi to show some speed with its Saturday Night, and now Dublin Dasher. And Dublin Dasher, Cullen is going to chase him out of there, going after the front with Dublin Dasher sprinting ahead. Now to the opening turn to lead them. On the outside, parked out, it's Saturday Night. Looks like he'll have to drive on with Tarasi closing the pocket. Jabberwocky away fourth in front of Major Perry fifth. Early trailer, Pacino Hanover from sixth. It's Saturday Night, continuing to forge ahead here. He'll take over now, 26 into the opening quarter. It's Saturday Night leads it. Dublin Dasher in the two-hole. Tarasi is third. Jabberwocky fourth in front of Major Perry fifth. Trailer sixth continues to be Pacino Hanover. The field's got 3/8 in the books, and they race towards the midway point with its Saturday Night 1-5 big favorite, setting the pace. Dublin Dasher, his closest rival in second, in front of Tarasi third. Jabberwocky continuing fourth with Major Perry, and then Pacino Hanover, still single file. Half is reached in 56. They head to 5/8. It's Saturday Night leads it. Now out of third is Tarasi, and Tarasi will force the issue up front here. First up for McNair. Now on the outside, a length and away from leader. It's Saturday Night with Dublin Dasher still in the pocket. Jabberwocky second over fourth. Cover not towing him right into contention just yet. Then to the inside, Major Perry. And swinging to the outside last, Pacino Hanover, 125 and 2 3/4. It's Saturday Night. Swings for the stretch with a lead of a length. Dublin Dasher along the inside will try to reel in this favorite. In behind that pair, Tarasi up the inside, Major Perry and Pacino Hanover from the back. It's Saturday Night, still sprinting hard. Dublin Dasher all out on the inside. It's Saturday Night clinging to the short lead. Live from Mohawk Park, it's Saturday Night takes the open over Dublin Dasher in 151 and 3. Staves off the challenge. Here's how they all finished in the ninth race from the top down. It was 4-6-3, 5-1, 2 on the bottom. 10th race is where we head to next. Number 1, Pyrenees Hanover, steel to aluminum, shoes all around the change. Scratch number 2, Blazing Cruiser, Vet Sick, and 8, Rapasso, Judges Retention. Post time for the 10th race in 17 minutes.
Download the Bet365 app, the only sports book available to bet on today's races, and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365.
When I think New Holland, first word that would come to my mind, I would think success. I think without it, for me, the success isn't there.
Whenever you deal with somebody so long and they take care of you, you remember that.
New Holland builds products that will continue to evolve and make the farmer more efficient that can produce food for the world.
Winback Farm of Canada is home to 9 outstanding stallions, including Metro-based champion Captain's Quarters, who's new in 2026. Beach Glass, winner of the Meadowlands Pace and the last great son of Some Beach Somewhere, his first yearling crop sells in 2026. Lawless Shadow, an O'Brien Award winner and Meadowlands Pace champion, whose first crop sells in 2026. The Great McWicked, the richest pacing stallion in harness racing history, and two-time O'Brien Award winner tattoo artist, a winner on every size track with many stakes and track records. Also standing Better Than Cheddar, Betting Line, My MVP, and Trixton. For more information, it's winbackfarm.com.
Give me a hot pink cosmopolitan and some drama.
Give me a kettle one soda. With a twist.
Give me a party, an espresso martini, and a room full of strangers.
Give me a cocktail with Kettle One vodka.
Chad's going to have a lot of fun with those calls with this horse, but I think the response is always like live from New York because, with the name, but he is such a cool dude, right?
He is, no doubt about that. Getting slightly off of topic. Did you see something, because I know you watch Saturday Night Live all the time. Did they have something the other day there? They called it the heterosexual figure skating. Did they have that?
Well, they did a number of figure skating skits over the years that have been very fun. Do you remember Chris Farley?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so Chris Farley was on a pairs team with Nancy Kerrigan, who at the time was like an Olympic gold medalist, right? And it's quite funny, the moves. And he does try to keep up with her. Jason Priestley did one where every time he falls, like, that was a pretty good one, too.
I just noticed it on YouTube. I didn't get to see it, but I just noticed it. And then with the Chad, it's Saturday night wins Saturday night.
Yeah. Well, you saw Blades of Glory, I'm sure.
Yes, Will Ferrell. Yes, I did see that one.
A little off topic, but hey, it's 10 o'clock. This is what you're going to get.
This is it.
So, 10th race is where we kick off the final pick 3 for the evening. Steel to aluminum all around on the 1 horse, Pyrenees Hanover. We're going to scratch the 2 and scratch the 8. The 4 horse Ethereum Party is a horse that a lot of people are going to use up on top. But look who the favorite is right now. It's the red hot Pam Forgy outfit. Now, speaking of the women's driving challenge, I would assume Miss Forgy will drive in that.
I would have to think, yeah.
She normally does.
She's usually a regular in there, and she's certainly been busy enough this year.
Yeah, she might be able to drive one of her own.
Well, I was just going to say, I bet the rest of the female drivers were all thinking to themselves, geez, I hope she doesn't drive one of her own, because her own horses are just absolutely killer right now. Ethereum Party, where did you go in here?
I went to Ethereum Party.
Yeah, me too. He's more or less the most logical one, is he not?
I think so. I mean, he won against winners of 3, not more than 6 last time. That's where we are this time.
Yeah, and what I get to is, sometimes a horse just gets, the improving in that, and you can see where he's been racing good, but look at his finishing quarters, Elise, at 28-4, 29-3, 28-4, 29-2, and then all of a sudden, 27 flat, 27-4. The last race, he had the 9 hole, he almost bookended it, 27-2 on the way out, 27-4 on the way home, and that's with a 27-3 third quarter. This horse is just good right now, and that's all there is to it, and we have not only 2 scratches, but 2 very, very usable horses that have now been scratched, Blazing Cruiser and Ripasso.
Okay, so here's the other thing. Speaking of fast final quarters, we're doing the math there on Pacino Hanover and Dublin Dasher back in the Open. They came home fast.
Oh, yeah.
And so you're going to want to make a note of those horses for next week. But the reason I bring that up is because the Cullens have the 7 in this race, and he's been a profitable horse this season. That's Blue Bar. From 6 starts, he's had 2 wins, a second and a third. He's already made $33,000. He's already paid for his year.
Yeah, he's off to a real good one. Now, he's been racing them up close to the front a lot. And I just kind of thought that the last race from the 9 hole, the fractions weren't that bad. It was a cold night, -17, but the fractions weren't crazy bad. And I just kind of didn't think he should have gave it up quite as easy as he gave it up. Maybe he's starting to show a little bit of tiredness. He's carried his season over from last year. So he basically 33 starts probably without much of a break, So I'm not sure how he plans on racing him. I'm guessing that he's probably going to come out of there with him, or maybe he'll change it up and just kind of take him back. Either way, I didn't use him in here this week.
The Western Fair Invader from the Heather Pickett outfit, Grin and Win, is currently at 5-1. But you see this horse on a few of our tickets as well. She had her good horse, her homebred, Drinkin' Buddy, get a good effort. I think a 4th place finish earlier on. This is another homebred for them. And listen, it's a whole different ball game when you're racing a homebred, and there's lots to be proud of when they find their way to the winner's circle. And this horse has won now 4 times in his career.
Yeah, 1 win last year out of 22 starts, but check out the speed.
50-1.
If you're going to win,
that's a pretty fast.
That's a pretty good one.
Clocking.
For and he's only 4 years old now. This is as a 3-year-old, so really has a nice career out ahead of him. And I got a feeling that Stephen and Marilyn Gillard, who are the actual breeders of Your Nemesis, somehow or another they become friends with Heather, and now they've bred this one together. They still own this one together, and looks like he's going to be a nice little horse for them. So threw him in for the deuce.
It's always nice if you're going to make the long ship from Western Fair, instead of just shipping one, that you can ship 2, and both of them have legitimate shots, right? Might as well fill the trailer.
Might as well.
So race number 10 comes up for you next. It's where we kick off the final pick 3. More on the horses for the 10th as they make their way out onto the track shortly.
Number 1, Pyrenees Hanover leading parade for the 10th. Todd Radford drives. Ashley Lenvoy training for James Smith. Scratch the 2. 3, Grin and Win. Louis Waugh in the bike. Heather Pickett trains and owns with Marilyn and Stephen Gillard. 4 is Ethereum Party, driven by Trevor Henry. Jake Roberts trains and co-owns with Steve Adams. Trainer Pam Forgey sends out the 5, Diamond Rider for Triple S Equine. In the bike, it's J.R. Plant. Number 6, Convoy 22, driven by Damian McClellan. Kyle Boston's trains and owns with the Going for Broke stable. And number 7, Blue Bar, Travis Cullen owns and drives. Jody Cullen, the trainer, scratch the 8. That's your field for the 10th race. Up to the gate they go in 3 minutes. Starter calls the field of the gate for tonight's 10th race as we kick off our final pick 3 of the night. Scratch down to a field of a half dozen. 3-2 favoritism on the 4, Ethereum Party, in search of back-to-back wins. Field for the 10th, lined up behind the gate. Here they come to a start. Away they go. Field is off and pacing. And looking for a quick beginning, that's Diamond Rider down the center for Plant. Diamond Rider sprinting out along with Ethereum Party to that one's inside. That pair battles to the opening turn. Pyrenees Hanover into the top 3. Settling fourth, Grin and Win in front of Convoy 22, and Cullen will race from off the pace tonight with Blue Bar. It's Diamond Rider now to take over, just in front of Ethereum Party to the opening panel of 27-2. Pyrenees Hanover, the third one, as the field heads into the backstretch. Grin and Win from fourth. In fifth, it's Convoy 22, trailing sixth, Blue Bar. Up to 3/8 they go. Diamond Rider at 7-2 shows the way. Ethereum Party, the odds-on favorite in the pocket. Pyrenees Hanover follows that one third. Grin and Win still fourth in front of Convoy 22 and Blue Bar. We've got a half mile now in the books and yet to see any movement. Diamond Rider leading a single file field of 6 into this turn of 5/8 with Ethereum Party patient in the pocket. Pyrenees Hanover third. Grin and Win still fourth. They are now first up out of fifth. Comes McClellan with Convoy 22. Latching onto that one's cover will be Cullen with Blue Bar. And out of third is Pyrenees Hanover. Pyrenees Hanover sneaks out just in front of Convoy 22 and starts rushing after leader Diamond Rider to 3/4. So Convoy 22 works with some cover. Locked up for now is Ethereum Party, the race favorite. Half was 57, 3/4 and 127 and 3. And it's Pyrenees Hanover poking their nose in front, trying to battle back Diamond Rider. Convoy 22 closing off cover in between. Now horses Ethereum Party and Blue Bar from the back. Blue Bar up on the outside, getting the late advantage here for Cullen with Convoy 22 and Ethereum Party in pursuit. But Blue Bar will go last to first to win. It's Blue Bar to take the 10th over Convoy 22 and Ethereum Party in 153 and 4. Seven, 6, 4, 3 unofficial. Number 7, Blue Bar, is now making his way back in front of us after capturing tonight's 10th race. Blue Bar, a 4-year-old brown gelding by All Bets Off, is out of the As Promised stand, feeling flush. It's a winning homebred for owner-driver Travis Cullen. 2 on the night for Trav, and 2 on the night for winning trainer Jody Cullen. Blue Bar with his third of the year in 7 tries. Now a 9-time winner overall, 153 and 4. Off the pace in race number 10. Winner of the 10th race, number 7, Blue Bar, pays $784, $32.60. Second, number 6, Convoy, $22, $12.30 and $3.30. And third was the 4, Ethereum Party, $2.20. $2 exacta, $71.90. Dollar trifecta, $123.60. The dollar super pays $309.50. $2 double, $11.60. Dollar pick 3, $20.80. And a $1 mid at pick 5 wrapped up, $17,319.05. 4,700 plus still live in the pick 4. As for the late pick 5, just under 1,600. Lined up behind the gate. Here they come to a start. Away they go. Field is off and pacing. And looking for a quick beginning, that's Diamond Rider down the center for Plant. Diamond Rider sprinting out along with Ethereum Party to that one's inside. That pair battles to the opening turn. Pyrenees Hanover into the top 3. Settling fourth, Grin and Win in front of Convoy 22, and Cullen will race from off the pace tonight with Blue Bar. It's Diamond Rider now to take over, just in front of Ethereum Party to the opening panel of 27 and 2. Pyrenees Hanover, the third one, as the field heads into the backstretch. Grin and Win from fourth. In fifth, it's Convoy 22, trailing sixth, Blue Bar. Up to 3/8 they go. Diamond Rider at 7-2 shows the way. Ethereum Party, the odds-on favorite in the pocket. Pyrenees Hanover follows that one third. Grin and Win still fourth in front of Convoy 22 and Blue Bar. We've got a half mile now in the books, and yet to see any movement. Diamond Rider leading a single file field of 6 into this turn of 5/8 with Ethereum Party patient in the pocket. Pyrenees Hanover third, Grin and Win still fourth. They are now first up out of fifth. Comes McClellan with Convoy 22. Latching onto that one's cover will be Cullen with Blue Bar. And out of third is Pyrenees Hanover. Pyrenees Hanover sneaks out just in front of Convoy 22 and starts rushing after leader Diamond Rider to 3/4. So Convoy 22 works with some cover. Locked up for now is Ethereum Party, the race favorite. Half was 57, 3/4 and 127 and 3. And it's Pyrenees Hanover poking their nose in front, trying to battle back Diamond Rider. Convoy 22 closing off cover in between. Now horses Ethereum Party and Blue Bar from the back. Blue Bar up on the outside, getting the late advantage here for Cullen with Convoy 22 and Ethereum Party in pursuit. But Blue Bar will go last to first to win. It's Blue Bar to take the 10th over Convoy 22 and Ethereum Party in 153 and 4. Here's how they all finished in the 10th race from the top down. It's 5 scratch 4, 3 6 2, 1 scratch on the bottom. Race 11 is up next. Take out the 1 Like a King, scratch vet lane, post time in 13 minutes.
11th race is how we're going to kick off the late double this evening, and I think we all, as Canadians, need to be in bed by 11 o'clock tonight because we all have to get up early to watch the gold medal game tomorrow for hockey.
Do you think Donald Trump will be up early watching the Canadians beat up the Americans?
I can guarantee you Mr. Carney will be watching.
Yeah.
Guaranteed.
Yeah,
if he's not there, he might fly in to cheer him on in person. Race number 11 is how we kick off the late double. 5-year-olds and younger, non-winners of 3 or 52 life. Big scratch here, the one horse Like a King. He was a late scratch lame, unfortunately, and he would have probably been the favorite in this race too. So it kind of opens things up here. The favorite right now is the 4 and the 6. They're both at 5-2. The 4 being Long Shot Panic, who was second last start out behind who? RB's Tenacious T, who won his 6th race in a row. And the 6, Century Lucifer, who also raced against RB's Tenacious T. However, he was a bit further back. He ended up in the 6th place spot.
Yeah, both of them, though. Long Shot Panic and Century Lucifer. Nice big last quarters with them. 27 flat for Century Lucifer in his last. And what about Long Shot Panic? 26 flat on the end of it. That is flying, boy, when you're going that fast. He's going to be my top pick. I had him in for second. Right now it seems like he's kind of more interested in being a part of it as to jump up and win, even though that last quarter very enticing in his last start. He's also got good gate speed too, so he can get himself into a good spot and then hopefully draft and have a little bit left on the end of it. I thought Zeb's Crafty raced good in his last one. Aaronwood Big Mac got him in as a part of it as well. And that's kind of like about it. Like a King, I thought that, McNair was going to be a big benefit to this guy, but we'll have to wait on him.
Yeah, and then on the outside of the track is Hansby, and he was a surprise winner last week for the Whalens at over 20-1. So he draws the tough outside draw tonight.
Check out, because being just what we say a lot and stuff like that. But check out Gonsby, okay? So look at the non-winners of 2. Every one of them, non-winners of 2 or 30, except for a non-winners of 2 or 40. Then he drops into non-winners of 2 or 15 and comes up with a win at 20-1. Where were we that day?
Where were we?
Where were we that day?
I can't remember who we were playing. If we were playing Fire Control or Calypso Creek in that spot.
But just what we were saying earlier, those the lifetime 30 and lifetime 40, when it's capped at that, so much tougher than the, capped at 15,000.
So once again, 11th race will have that scratch of the one horse Like a King. Gets us down to a field of 8, and the horses will head out onto the track shortly.
Field for race 11 are on parade. The 1 is out. Number 2, Hasselhoff. Travis Henry in the bike. Carmen Asiello trains for Dan Serafian. The 3, Zeb's Crafties, driven by J.R. Plante. Chris Rogers trains for Grant Kite. Number 4, Long Shot Panic. Jody Jamieson drives for owner-trainer Wayne Smith. Billy Davis in the bike behind 5, Aaronwood Big Mac. Tim Myers trains for David Amiccioli. Number 6 is Century Lucifer. Tyler Borth at the lines. Renee Dion trains for SNR Racing Stable Incorporated. Mark Trudeau, SMS Ventures Incorporated, M&L of Delaware. Number 7, the Tulsa King. Todd Ratchford in the sulky for trainer Mary Ratchford. Josh McDonald and Mike Dixon. Major Threat, the 8. Daryl Thiessen drives. Mike Kwiatkowski trains. Tara and Garrett Isman share ownership. And 9, Han Spies, driven by Mike Whalen. Walt Whalen trains for owner Christopher Nickel. That's your field for the 11th race to kick off our late double in 3 minutes. Starters now called the field to begin lining up as we wind down on this Saturday 12-pack. Our penultimate race of the night will kick off the late double, 3-2 on 4 Long Shot Panic, second at a double-digit price in the most recent. Not being overlooked here tonight, a couple of 3-1 shots to that one's outside, and Aaronwood Big Mac and Century Lucifer. It's post time for race 11. 11th race field, all lined up behind the gate. Here they come. And away they go. They're off and pacing. And leaving from the outside is Major Threat. Major Threat called on to sprint ahead to grab early command and at a big price. Major Threat's going to lead the field to the opening turn with Zeb's Crafty in the pocket. Parked down the outside, third is Century Lucifer. He's not going to try to settle in a hole. He'll drive on after the long shot leader, Major Threat. So here's Century Lucifer and Tyler Borth to surge past and take over as they go to the opening panel in 27-2. Century Lucifer leads them into the backstretch. Major Threat in the two-hole. Two clear of Zeb's Crafty third. Hasselhoff is fourth. Long shot Panic tracking from fifth. In front of Aaron Wood, Big Mac sixth. Seventh one is the Tulsa King, and Hansby can see them all from a trailing seat in eighth. Century Lucifer leads just over a length to Major Threat, who's still two in front of Zeb's Crafty. Hasselhoff commits first up out of fourth. Jamison will work with that cover. Long shot Panic getting a nice trip second over. Third over is Aaron Wood Big Mac to the outer flow. Also the Tulsa King, and then Hansby. Half reached in 58-2. Century Lucifer, the one that got him there. Hasselhoff on the outside, inches closer, applying the pressure to the leader. Major Threat, loosely gapped in the pocket third to the inside. Second over, long shot, Panic within a couple of the lead. Off stride heading to the last turn when Aaron Wood Big Mac taken to the outer portion of the track. To the inside is Zeb's Crafty. Then from the back, the Tulsa King and Hansby. 126 and 3 3/4. And it's Century Lucifer still leading the way. Hasselhoff has been pressuring, but starting to tire a bit. Major Threat along the inside still appears live at 31-1, and long shot Panic tearing off his cover and starting to close. Century Lucifer digging in. Major Threat up the inside trying to get to him. They hit the line together. Inside Major Threat trying to hold on with Century Lucifer. We've got a win photo in race 11, 153-3. And in that win photo, it was number 6, Century Lucifer, holding on narrowly from long shot number 8, Major Threat. Third was the 4, long shot Panic. Fourth, number 3, Zeb's Crafty. Winner of the 11th back in front of us, number 6, Century Lucifer. 4-year-old bay horse by Shadow Play from the Modern Art Dam Exotic Pleasure is owned by SNR Racing Stable Incorporated, Mark Trudeau, SMS Ventures Incorporated, M&L of Delaware. Renee Dion, the winning trainer, and Tyler Borth is the winning driver. Century Lucifer notching his first of the year in 5 tries. 6th career score, 153-3. Century Lucifer holds on the front for the victory. 11th race payouts, number 6, Century Lucifer, 570, 392, 70. Second was the 8 Major Threat, 1790 and 830. Third, number 4, Long Shot, Panic, 250. 118.60 for the $2 Exacta, $1 Try, 273.55. $1 Superfecta, 695.10. $2 Double pays 18.90. $1 Pick 3, 17.95. Just under 1,600 live in the late pick 4 going to the final leg. As for the late pick 5, just over $500. Race field, all lined up behind the gate. Here they come. And away they go. They're off and pacing. And leaving from the outside is Major Threat. Major Threat called on to sprint ahead to grab early command and at a big price. Major Threat's going to lead the field to the opening turn with Zeb's Crafty in the pocket. Parked down the outside, third is Century Lucifer. He's not going to try to settle in a hole. He'll drive on after the long shot leader, Major Threat. So here's Century Lucifer and Tyler Borth to surge past and take over as they go to the opening panel in 27-2. Century Lucifer leads them into the backstretch. Major Threat in the 2-hole. 2 clear of Zeb's Crafty third. Hasselhoff is fourth. Long shot Panic tracking from fifth. In front of Aaron Wood, Big Mac sixth. Seventh one is the Tulsa King, and Hans Ba can see them all from a trailing seat in eighth. Century Lucifer leads just over a length to Major Threat, who's still 2 in front of Zeb's Crafty. Hasselhoff commits first up out of fourth. Jamison will work with that cover. Long shot Panic getting a nice trip second over. Third over is Aaron Wood Big Mac to the outer flow. Also the Tulsa King, and then Hans By. Half reached in 58-2. Century Lucifer, the one that got him there. Hasselhoff on the outside, inches closer, applying the pressure to the leader. Major Threat, loosely gapped in the pocket third to the inside. Second over, long shot, Panic within a couple of the lead. Off stride heading to the last turn when Aaron Wood Big Mac taken to the outer portion of the track. To the inside is Zeb's Crafty. Then from the back, the Tulsa King and Hans By. 126 and 3 3/4. And it's Century Lucifer still leading the way. Hasselhoff has been pressuring, but starting to tire a bit. Major Threat along the inside still appears live at 31-1. And long shot Panic tearing off his cover and starting to close. Century Lucifer digging in. Major Threat up the inside trying to get to him. They hit the line together. Inside Major Threat trying to hold on with Century Lucifer. We've got a win photo in race 11, 153-3. Finish order from race 11, top down. Scratch 6-4, 3-8-1, 725 on the bottom. 12th race up next. Jackpot High Five carryover, more than $16,000. No changes in race 12. Post time in 10 minutes.
As we welcome you back inside the studio, Elisa and Randy here to say adios because we are on to the 12th and final race of the evening where we play the Jackpot High Five. We'll put a bow on this pretty little evening. I thought a lot of fun tonight. Only the one real upsetter on the program that paid boxcars, and that was... help me out here, Randy. It was, the Gentle on My Mind with Scott Young, and then, of course, Hungry Mound rounding out the Exactor. Paid massive, but some nice drives and some nice wins on the program this evening.
I liked it because it wasn't all favorites, you know what I mean? And you could get a couple of, heavy duty kind of payoffs in there.
Yeah.
So those nights are always interesting. There's nothing worse than coming in here and having to watch 12 favorites win 12 races, you know?
Yeah.
So it's
And our
always
free
nice to see
squares
them
won.
mix it up a little bit. And the Scotty Young one, big shout out to Luke Willette. Former champion driver here and south of the border, make his way to the Canadian Horse Racing Hall of Fame soon. Luke Willette, nice job with Gentle on My Mind.
And I hope we'll see Anita driving in the Women's Driving
We're
Challenge.
hoping so. Yes, exactly.
So race number 12 is how we wrap things up tonight, and we need every Canadian to go home after this, or at least turn your TV off if you're watching at home after this, and go to bed, because you got to get up early tomorrow morning to cheer on Team Canada against the United States for our gold medal in hockey. And I just saw something now. I don't know if it's necessarily official, but it looks like Sydney's playing.
Oh, I think it was all a little bit of gamesmanship.
I'd love to see him play tomorrow. I can't see him sitting this one out.
No.
Nah,
And I mean,
absolutely
Sydney, he always was the kid, right?
Yeah,
but I mean,
Sid the
he's
kid.
got to be getting pretty close to 40.
He's no kid anymore.
No, but I mean, so
he's
how
one
many,
of the older guys on
so
the
how many
team
more
now.
Olympics is he going to get a
Well,
kick at?
that's the thing. They're talking about that. Like, we have lots of young guys
Yeah.
ready to kind of take over, but he's certainly a great leader. You
Oh,
couldn't ask for
wicked.
a better leader.
Yeah, wicked.
So what do we do for the 12th race? Non-winners of 2,600 in the last four. I think, a lot of us kind of are looking at either the 1 or the 5. The 1 being JMR Speakaway, who drops from non-winners of 9,000 in the last four to non-winners of 2,600. The drop's got to help him out. And the 5, Logan Behold. We've been waiting for this guy to give us a big effort this season.
Yeah, Logan Behold, I think, is the more logical one, simply only because JMR Speakways just recently kind of came back from a little bit of a layoff, does have that rail, but it is a nice drop. I'm going to throw him in for second. Todd Ratchford going to be picking this guy up. He did drive him in his last start, and he raced really, really good for Todd. Good last quarter, too. So he might be, to me, a one away. Now, I have been playing Soaring Now very religiously down in these classes, but he's not really getting the trips, and he's not really firing the way that I wanted to. I'm still going to use him, but only in for third. I just think that Logan Behold has he's got a versatile style of racing. They can race him closer to the front. They can race him from off, either way. But for what he was doing his last 4 starts of the last 6, then where did these 27 flat, 27 and 1 all of a sudden come out of? This is a horse that, for whatever reason, is really on his game right now. Had the 7-hole to work with last week in non-winners of 6,000. Now the 5-hole, J.R. Plant picking up the drive in the middle of the gate for Joe McIsaac. I think this is a winner.
We have the same 4 horses, just in different orders to start it. And then we have the horses with the outside draws. You've got Head Honcho. He had the 10-hole last week, so he's just been a victim of post position. And And the 10 Larceny is where I went. He was second last start out behind Asagio Sealster, who was in this race. This is the John Pentland trainee, who's the 3 that we've used as well.
Yeah, Asiago Sealster. I was actually talking briefly to Scott Young after he won with Luke's horse earlier on in the
He's
night.
normally so shy.
Yeah, and he actually was telling me there that he thinks that Asiago Sealster could come back with a double up. Very, very fast kind of horse, this horse.
Well, some confidence from Scott Young, who's going to be looking for his second driving winner on the night tonight. Okay, that's how we're going to wrap things up for you this evening. A reminder, the Jackpot High Five carryover, $16,451. Drivers are headed to their horses for race number 12. And Randy, final thoughts? Yeah, I know what it's going to be, right?
What?
Go Canada, go.
Oh, absolutely.
That's all you can say.
Go Canada, go. Absolutely go Canada, go. I don't even know who they're playing. That's
Oh,
why
come
I
on.
know that Canada's going to win, because I don't even look at anybody that they're playing against as competition.
It's going to be a lot of fun. You're going to have to get a nap in tomorrow before
Do you
we come
remember
back.
Slapshot?
Yeah, the movie, yeah.
Slapshot.
Mhm.
The one time there, the one Hanson brother blasted the puck and hit the organ player in the head. Wouldn't you like to see the president of the United States? Where are those Hanson brothers?
All right. Well, we're with Team Canada tomorrow. We'll be cheering them on, and we'll be back again tomorrow night. Pre-game show starts at 5:30. First race post time 6:15. A 10 race card on tap for you on Sunday. Good luck with your selections here in the 12th and final.
Here's our field for the 12th race. Number 1 is JMR Speakaway. Todd Ratchford drives. Boyd Wilson training for JMR Racing Incorporated and Harold Wilson. 2, Soaring Now. Louis Waugh on the bike. Vic Putty trains. Halmack Farms Limited. Gordon McDonald. Christopher Boland and Limco Incorporated are the owners. Scott Young in the bike behind 3, Asiago Sealster. John Pentland trains and owns with RC Molyneux Racing. Peter Charlton, the estate of Archie Leach. Mickey Ray, the 4. Travis Cullen drives. Jake Roberts training for Triple S Equine. Number 5 is Logan Behold. J.R. Plon in the bike. Joe McIsaac trains for Kimberly Eaton and Jamie Copley. Number 6, Toronto. Ed and Ashley Hensley own. Ashley trains, Ed drives. 7 in the field, Southwind Sam Buka gets Daryl Thiessen at the lines. Vic Putty trains for Gordon McDonald and Christopher Boland. Number 8, Call Me It, driven by Jody Jamieson and sent out by trainer Katarina Bosniak for the JJ stables. 9 is Head Honcho. Trevor Henry drives. Shane Barrington training for Percy Elkins. And 10 is Larceny. Billy Davis at the controls for trainer Carmen Asiello. Stephen Klanowski owns. That's your field for our Saturday night finale. It's coming up in 3 minutes. Starter now calls for the horses and drivers for race 12 to begin lining up. We've got a group of 10 to close things out on this busy Saturday night. Jackpot High 5 available to play. 9 to 5 in the center right now. Favoritism to the class dropping number 5 Logan Behold. Also dropping down from the rail, JMR Speak Away. Next door soaring now with some back class. That pair also getting some interest. It's post time for tonight's 12th race. Twelfth race field swings to the top of the stretch. They're all lined up. Here they come to a start. And there they go. They're off and pacing in the finale. Logan Behold leaving out of there down the center with soaring now to that one's inside. Toronto put into the mix by Hensley as well. And behind that trio is Asiago Sealster into the top 4 from the rail. JMR Speak Away, that's your first half of the field. Then Call Me It parked to the outside right now in 6th, looking for a seat on the pylons. He'll slide down now, just in front of Southwind Sambuca, gets away 7th. Mickey Ray, the 8th one, next to last from 9th. Head Honcho and Larceny can see them all from a trailing seat in 10th. Logan Behold and J.R. Plant line them up early. Into the backstretch they go after a 27-1 opening quarter. Logan Behold, the leader, nearly 2 on Toronto, the pocket rider. Soaring now in 3rd, Asiago Sealster 4th, JMR Speak Away is 5th, Call Me It the 6th one from 7th, it's Southwind Sambuca. And then Mickey Ray still with a pair behind him, Head Honcho and Larceny. Logan Behold leading the way in front of Toronto. Asiago Sealster is out of 4th, first up takes over 3rd, JMR Speak Away 2nd over on cover, 3rd over, Call Me It to the outer flow, inside is Southwind Sambuca, Head Honcho to the outer flow from the back, same goes for Larceny to the inside, it's Mickey Ray. Half was 56-1. Logan Behold still the leader by about a length and a half. Then Asiago Sealster and Toronto match strides in behind him. 2nd over, that's JMR Speak Away, soaring now, locked to the inside, 5th. Call Me It, 3rd over, 126 3/4, and it's Logan Behold turning for the stretch, trying to hold on, leads it just over a length. Toronto in behind, looking to rally. Asiago Sealster on the outside, not throwing in the towel yet. JMR Speak Away, and behind horses is Southwind Sambuca. Now shaking loose late is Toronto at a price. Logan Behold trying to hit the line first, and he'll reach it. It's Logan Behold just holding on from Toronto in 152 3. Unofficial 5-6-3-1-2. Winner of tonight's 12th race is back in front of us. Number 5, Logan Behold. 5-year-old bay gunning by all bets off from the Mach 3 Dam. St. Lad's Peeper is owned by Kimberly Eaton and Jamie Copley. Joe McIsaac trains Jared Plant, the winning driver. Logan Behold with his first of the year in 8 tries. Now a 16-time winner overall in his career. 152-3. Logan Behold holds on the front as the 3-2 top choice. Twelfth race payouts. Number 5, Logan Behold, $5, $340, $260. Second, number 6, Toronto, $10.96. Third, number 3, Asiago Sealster, $560. $2 exacta, $43.90. Dollar try, $173.50. Dollar super, $554.75. $1 jackpot high five, $884.65. The carryover to Sunday, $25,827.54. $2 late double, $16.10. Dollar multis wrapping up. Pick 3, $35.55. Pick 4, $44.40. And pick 5, $176.85. That does it for Saturday Night Harness Action at Mohawk Park. Thanks for being with us, everybody. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Racing returns here tomorrow night. 10 races on tap at 6:15 with the pregame show hitting the airwaves at 5:30. Hopefully you can join us then. Enjoy the rest of your night, everybody, and we'll see you here on Sunday. Good night. Start. And there they go. They're off and pacing in the finale. Logan Behold leaving out of there down the center with Soaring now to that one's inside. Toronto put into the mix by Hensley as well. And behind that trio is Asiago Sealster into the top 4 from the rail. JMR Speakaway, that's your first half of the field. Then Call Me It parked to the outside right now in 6, looking for a seat on the pylons. He'll slide down now, just in front of Southwind Sambuco, gets away 7th. Mickey Ray, the 8th one, next to last from 9th. Head Honcho and Larceny can see them all from a trailing seat in 10th. Logan Behold and J.R. Plant line them up early. Into the backstretch they go after a 27-1 opening quarter. Logan Behold, the leader, nearly 2 on Toronto. The pocket rider. Soaring now in 3rd. Asiago Sealster 4th. JMR Speakaway is 5th. Call Me It the 6th one from 7th. It's Southwind Sambuca. And then Mickey Ray still with a pair behind him. Head Honcho and Larceny. Logan Behold leading the way in front of Toronto. Asiago Sealster is out of 4th. First up takes over 3rd. JMR Speakaway 2nd over on cover. 3rd over, Call Me It to the outer flow. Inside is Southwind Sambuca. Head Honcho to the outer flow from the back. Same goes for Larceny to the inside. It's Mickey Ray. Half was 56-1. Logan Behold still the leader by about a length and a half. Then Asiago Sealster and Toronto match strides in behind him. 2nd over. That's JMR Speakaway. Soaring now locked to the inside 5th. Call Me It 3rd over, 126 3/4, and it's Logan Behold turning for the stretch, trying to hold on, leads it just over a length. Toronto in behind, looking to rally. Asiago Sealster on the outside, not throwing in the towel yet. JMR Speakaway, and behind horses is Southwind Sambuca. Now shaking loose late is Toronto at a price. Logan Behold trying to hit the line first, and he'll reach it. It's Logan Behold just holding on from Toronto in 152-3.